Ready.
It says it's ready, so I guess that means that we can go ahead. All
Generally.
right, everyone, welcome to the meeting of the Canyons Board of Education. Today is October 7th, 2025. We're meeting at the district office located at 9361 South 3rd East in Sandy, Utah. Ms. Schill has been excused, and I believe Ms. Nybar and Mr. Jackson or Mr. Lewis will be joining us very soon. The first item on the agenda is under study session is the school nurse update by Jen Gerard, school nurse specialist.
Okay. Hi. Thanks for having me. I'm very excited to talk about nursing. It's my favorite. So
Imagine.
please bear with me as I bore you with all of our data. It's also really important.
Clicker on the right side.
Okay, so it is matters. Students need to be healthy to learn, and they need to be healthy to feel well in class, and it directly impacts their ability to learn when they're feeling well and they're in class and they're getting their needs met. School nurses, we manage the daily care of students, we manage their chronic conditions and emergencies as they come up. We identify and mitigate barriers to access and learning. So an example of this is we have a student who's in a wheelchair. We look for ways to help them transfer, to do toileting, to get in and out of the building. We're supporting a lot of students. That's just one example that's come up most recently. And then we have increasing demands that really require staff to ensure safety and equity. And then the nurses do a lot to reduce our liability if they reduce work covering. So when I started with Canyon 7 years ago, I had 5 schools. So we've come a long way. All of our nurses right now cover between 1 and 3 schools each. And we've been able to increase our services and do a lot more with our resources because we have fewer caseloads. But we're still stretched a little thin with some of the things that we're doing. Okay, this is our health room encounters. So for both office personnel and school nurses are seeing a lot of students in the health rooms. That number continues to increase. Get in there and help out with it comes up. And then our office personnel are seeing a lot. So each year the number climbs in total, the total numbers are on the right. Here's our chronic conditions that we manage. So these are the 4 most common: asthma, anaphylaxis, type 1 diabetes, and other conditions. So our asthma, so the first bar is 2023-24, the second bar for each of them is 24-25. And then we have our individual health plans for each different diagnosis for those 2 years as well. So you can see that it has continually increased for both diagnosed students, the ones that are documented and are communicating, and then those that have health plans with their nurses. Emergency medications, I put this in here because it shows a lot of our prevention that we're doing through training with school teams, but then also just to kind of demonstrate the difference in urgency for all of them. So asthma inhalers are the ones that we administer the most. That's the yellow bar. The first bar is the individual orders that we have for student-specific medications, and then the second bar is for the staff that are trained for those individual diagnoses. Anaphylaxis is our largest one. That's someone that law requires we offer training to everybody that works with students, and so we do the most training for anaphylaxis, but we've only administered for the last 2 years 3 EpiPens, so that's really good. So we're doing a lot of prevention there. Our type 1 diabetes, we do a fair amount of individual training for those students, and we haven't administered glucagon in our schools for a couple of years, so that's awesome.
It's
We do a really good job keeping this safe. Seizure rescue medications, that's something that we can't really predict or avoid, so we do training to teach them what to watch for and when to intervene. The 6 doses of seizure rescue medications that were administered were all done by nurses. And that's for the last 2 years, it's been 6 doses. And then Narcan, we train a lot of people. We've administered that for several years, which is awesome. And that's the one for like an opioid overdose.
Jen?
Yeah, Katie'd like to say something.
Just real quick, so what is the difference, you showed with like some of those asthma, like kids that are being treated versus those on individual health plans? What determines that they're on a health plan versus just being managed?
So a lot of those are parent choice. We offer the health plan. The health plan is going to give an emergency action plan for the school team to follow in case they have an exacerbation of asthma or have difficulty breathing. So it's a lot of, if you see this, do this. We have additional students that have medication orders that the doctor signs, and a lot of those kids will self-carry their inhaler, and some of them will keep them in the office and if they need support administering those meds. So it's really parent choice. Everybody that has a medication order, we always offer at the health plan. They don't always want one, for whatever reason, or the parents are difficult to connect with, and we just have other barriers that make it so that we don't have time for every single student.
Thank you.
Okay, so going back to other prevention care that we provide, vision and hearing screenings from the past 2 years, those are our numbers. And then vaccinations, the students that we vaccinate here at the district office and throughout the district at their schools. CPR and first aid training, the numbers of people that we've trained each year, and then stop the bleed training. It kind of fell off really hard last year because it's required every other year, and it's mostly the safety specialists that are doing that. So next year that number will bump up again.
You good?
Yeah.
On the hearing screenings, will you just speak to how long the nurses have been doing that? Who did it prior to that?
Yeah, so that's on this slide. Hearing screening we added in February 2023. Prior to that, we had 2 audiologists for the district that coordinated all the hearing screenings in our schools. One of the audiologists retired, the other one resigned, and then we weren't able to replace them. And so they asked the nurses if we would take on hearing screening, and we said yes. We're really good at screenings. We coordinate mass screenings all the time. So we started those February 2023. That first year, we were needed it for special education. And then the following year, we went into the mass screening. So we're screening grades K through 3, 7 and 10. And then vaccine month and year, we added vaccine. This was the month and year my team was like, what are you doing? This is so much stuff. But we added vaccines. That program has also been hugely successful, and we've been able to help a lot of families with that program. I think our numbers really demonstrate that if the community had the resources available, it really just demonstrates that there's a need in the community, right? And we've had so many families that have needed vaccines so that their child isn't excluded from school. And then we're also putting out vaccinations. We added standing orders for over-the-counter medications in 2023-24. We always had them for secondary schools, but we added them for all students, and we expanded them. So it includes things like or related to bug bite that's super distracting. It includes cough drops. It includes just a few additional things so that we can help support students to feel comfortable in the in class as much as possible. And then stop the bleed training. That's also a newer training that we added that 23-24 school year. And then our telehealth, which I know most of you have heard a lot about. We did a pilot last year with 11 of our nurses, which covered 17 schools. It went really well. We don't have a high volume of uses yet, but I anticipate that that's going to continue to increase. This year, we expanded it to all nurses, so all nurses have equipment to be able to provide telehealth in any of our buildings. And that's looking really promising. We've already had a good handful of people utilize that service this year, so it's been really good. Most of our visits result in 0 days missed. So a student with an ear infection can see a provider right there at school. The parent can join the call remotely. The antibiotics can be called in. We can keep them comfortable for the rest of the school day. And then they can pick up their meds on the way home if they prescribe them and come back to school the next day. Historically, I've had students working in a Title I elementary that have had an ear infection, or at least what appears to be an infection when I'm looking at the ear, and they've missed several days of school. And that's just really unfortunate because it's so unnecessary for them to miss any time, really, as long as they're comfortable enough to remain at school. Most of our people that miss any time at all, it was usually related to a strep positive, and that requires a little bit of isolation while they're still contagious. And so for the most part, people are able to stay at work and at school. We've been supporting both students and employees with that program. Okay, other services that we've increased over the last couple of years, we increased our vision screening. This year, too, vision screening coming in about 2019, which just requires a bigger evaluation of the eyes. We were having so many students that needed a benchmark screening in grades 1 through 3. So second grade needed a distance screening too. So then we just figured we might as well add 4th. And then the law changed to include 10th grade, 9th or 10th grade. We opted for 10th grade. And so we added those 3 grades to our vision screening in 22-23. We've increased our CPR and first aid classes from quarterly to twice a month. This was to accommodate coaches so that they can get the training that they need to be able to coach. And then we also keep people trained in all of our buildings. And then we have increased enrollment in our ECs and all of our social programs throughout the traditional schools, which is putting a heavier burden on my team, simply because those kids generally require more care. They typically have medical conditions or medications, or there's something else that's going on that the nurse is supporting. And then We've had more students moved into life skills, which has required a little bit more nursing coverage. They've moved out of Jordan Valley and into life skills academy. But there's problems with it. We've increased our individualized health plans. And we have increased timed insulin injections for students. So this is really about diabetes care. Our nurses mostly do all of the diabetes care unless the student is very stable, independent. They have all the technology and they're able to cover it themselves. And so my whole team is running around at lunchtime covering kids that need insulin. They're covering kids that need G-tube feedings and G-tube medications. They're covering kids that need urinary catheters throughout the day. I've got one nurse, for example, has 2 schools, and she has a student that needs a urinary catheter twice a day at 10 and at 1. And so she's running back and forth between the buildings to try to split her time and make sure that that care is met as well. Here's a list of our school assignments and just how many nurses have 3 schools. We still have 7 nurses with 3 schools. And those are our nurses that really have a heavier burden because they're trying to meet the same level of services with an increased caseload with just the building involvement. A lot of the recommendations, both nationally and, well, as you read about them, they recommend like a number of 1 nurse for every 750 students or 1 nurse for every 2,000 students or whatever that number is. But the number doesn't matter, like the number of students in one building doesn't, it's not as impactful as the number of buildings is, because if you have 25 students in one building and you're there all day, you can manage so much more and you can follow up with so much more. It does still come with increased referrals, increased health plans and all of that, but it's a lot easier to manage when you're not spread so thin running around from building to building. So 2 school assignments, we have 8 nurses there, and then 1 school assignment, we have 7 nurses. So we did put a full-time nurse in all of our Title I elementaries and then Midvale Middle School a couple of years ago, 2 years ago, and that's been hugely impactful for those communities where those students aren't getting regular follow-up and they don't have as much access to healthcare. They need more resources related to health. Their healthcare visits are also really high at all of the schools. And in Jordan Valley, they have 2 FTEs, so there's 3 nurses, and they have 11 aides, and so that makes sense. Okay, so that's the end. I just wanted to point out we have increased chronic health conditions and increased nursing services needed. And we've also added a lot of services to support our students, which has been really great and hugely impactful for communities. And I would really appreciate additional nurses. My recommendation is 3. So I'm going to end there. But I appreciate you all letting me share our little bit of a story and questions.
Have any questions or comments?
Thank you so much for all you do.
Ms. Darling?
I was just gonna say thank you for what you do. I mean, the nurses are critical, and especially as we're seeing more and more needs in our school. So thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, I just want to say thank you so much. And the committee that we've discussed this as much as we have, we talked about how amazing, like this, especially the telehealth piece has been. What a blessing that's been to so many students and teachers. I did have a question. Now that it's being expanded to where every nurse has access to one of those, what are we doing to communicate with staff that they have access to that resource?
Yeah, that's a really good question. And I've been working with Kristen. She's prepared communications to go out to both families and employees and stuff, going out really soon. So
And the discussion about cost or lack of cost is made clear to them. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so that brings us to the next agenda item, which is the strategic plan focus group report for access and opportunity with Paula Logan, Director of Federal and State Programs.
Hello, everybody. Just thanks for giving us this opportunity to kind of report what our committee's been working on for a little bit. Last year, we kind of started with a deep dive into, I guess that's our committee, but we started with a kind of a deep dive into what our task was, because we've replaced several people on our committee. And we actually have a really great group. Like, we have some representation from quite a few different perspectives and experiences. And I think, and I mean, the committee members can speak to that, like everybody really cares about kids and wants to do what's best for kids. And so we've had some really great discussions and opportunities to look at that. Our purpose really is to kind of look at resources and opportunities to build that positive, inclusive environment, right? And we kind of have what we would say 3 groups of students that are mentioned, and we look in our strategic, or 3 groups of stakeholders. We've got students, we've got parents, we've got teachers that we're trying to make sure all have that access and that opportunity work on that department. So if we start with students, the superintendent in his last presentation last time, I believe, mentioned these 4 groups of kids, and these are our biggest groups. And so we just kind of I went through and kind of tried to give us a scope of what those different groups are, because they are quite large, and they have a lot of needs that we want to really work on. So when we look at our multilingual students, last year we had almost 5,000 students, which encompass 79 different languages. Our top ones are English, then Spanish, Portuguese, and Arabic, but then Chinese, Russian, and Farsi kind of compete for that next position. So we've got about 100 in each of those this year, and they kind of rotate a little bit depending on who's moved in and who's moved out. But then we have 61 languages this year that have 10 or fewer students, which again speaks to the idea that we need to have something district-wide to support the student and their learning, not to support a specific language. So we're working on that. But I thought it was interesting that nationally right now, and this came out in 2019, but that's where we're at, that we would have about 1 in 4 students that's a multilingual learner. As a district, we have 12.6%, but we interestingly have 6 elementary schools that are over 20%. 2 of them are over 40. We have 2 middle schools over 20%, one's at 45, and 2 high schools that are over 20% as well. So our number, the 12.6% across the district, doesn't always tell that story, that in some of our schools, this is really impactful. Another group we work with are looking at our special ed students. We're a little more in line kind of with that national structure of, well, I mean, it's hard, 12 to 21% is kind of a big grouping, but we're running about 12.9% across the district. What's interesting is this year we saw an increase in the numbers. And you can see that there was an increase in both our students receiving resource services as well as self-contained. And last year we talked a little bit about some realignment with our special ed services in our committee, but we've put that on hold due to the boundary discussion. We thought, well, Terry thought that, as we put that in line, that we would just make sure that that opinion was shared and those kind of supports were just matched as we looked at that boundary thing instead of making it a separate thing. On our underserved students, who are low SES group, last year as we ended the year, we had 9,255 over the course of the year. Some of these students move in and out. So fourth quarter, we had a little over 7,000 in the district. But it's also interesting in that group that several of those double up on services. So we had about 1,500 who also received some special ed services, a little over 2,000 who are in that low SES who are also receiving multilingual services, and about 700 of our kids were also had some unstable housing at some point in that group. And these are just our numbers this year, but it's interesting that poverty is so impactful just across all of those services or those groups of students that we serve in those different areas. And we know how important it is to get those supports to help them progress. As a matter of fact, on the next slide, the lack of a high school credential is the single largest factor placing youth at risk for experiencing homelessness. So all of those groups of kids, if we're not giving them the supports they need and they don't make it to that graduation point, we're talking it's 346% higher risk to be homeless. And these are students in our district that we want to help become really impactful citizens. And so it is something that we need to keep our eye on. With our McKinney-Vento group, so these are students who are experiencing unstable housing. About 0.8%, so not as many of them are unsheltered. About 3% are in hotels and motels, and 12% in shelters. 84% are doubled up. This is pretty close to that national trend. The only one that's different is we have more kids in shelter. That's really because we have a shelter within our district, the Road Home. So that pushes our numbers up just a little bit. But it's across kind of our whole school or our whole district. We do have 3 elementaries with 40 or more. students who are experiencing that instability. 5 middle schools that had 50 or more, and 2 high schools with 80 or more. So again, it's across the district, across our levels, that these students need our help and support. And I'm not quite sure what happened to my other little thing on there, I goofed it up, but just when we're looking at our gifted and talent, our gifted and advanced students, like this is an equally important group that sometimes gets overlooked because of the different needs, right? We're looking at housing, clothing. This is an academic need, but it is just as important. And last year we spent a considerable amount of time making sure that the elementary schools had that extended learning week so parents could see what opportunities were. We worked with the middle schools, created a flyer for middle school for the kids when our 5th graders come up, so helping with that transition to better introduce what is happening with adolescents coming to middle school, because a lot is happening there. And we have kind of, you know, in elementary school, we do elementary, we have 2 SALTA locations. We do the application that's accessible to everybody, and we do testing at all the schools. But we only have the program at 2 schools. In the middle school, we just have SALTA at Midvale. We do have honors and ELA in most of our middle schools in 7th and 8th grade. The exception to that is Eastmont because of some funding and size issues. So, and then in our high school, we've got the IB program at Hillcrest, and then we have honors AP, and I don't know why I put night schools, but concurrent classes at all high schools. We're not running night schools everywhere. So then the other groups we're looking at are teachers. We kind of just put together from, let's say, June to now, just a kind of a basic list. We actually found out that we don't have anywhere that we're actually capturing all of this information about how we're training teachers and what trainings they're getting. So we're going to work on that. But this is kind of what we put together. So we had training kind of in all levels for specific things, and then training across the board for several things. And that just helps build our teachers' capacity, especially as they're trying to work with the students that have these kind of needs in their classrooms. We did this similar thing with the parent outreach, just kind of brainstormed on things that were happening more recently, because we aren't kind of collecting that as maybe extensively as we would like. So we're gonna kind of look at that as well. One of the things I wanted to point out was this registration night that we did, and thanks to Jen who left, but they did a vaccine clinic there as well. And we had 250 students and families come and either get vaccines or help with registration or both. And it was really super successful. I needed about 20 more Spanish speakers, but we did have multiple languages that we were able to help and support kids with. We've got the boundary open houses coming up that we'll have some Spanish translators at. We have some vaccine clinics, Parent Square, that really does such a nice job translating to whatever language that parent has selected, and that has been really helpful in communication for our teachers, for our schools, for those parents too. And then with parent-teacher conferences, we had 168 interpretation requests, and I was a little high on this because that's where we were at when I put the slide together, but when we did the totals, we had 17 that actually were not filled. It is a little tighter now that we've gone to 3 days instead of 4, just to get interpreters to all those places. And our most used Arabic interpreter was on vacation somewhere. I told him he can't do that. We were going to get him his schedule ahead of time now. But as you can see, like, there is a lot of data. And so as a committee, we came up with this list of data that we wanted to look at and review. In our first meeting, we gave all the data. It's an overwhelming amount of data. And so kind of what we decided to do is review that data and then come up with better ways to discuss and really look at it. So those are upcoming meetings, but just some things from the data that we looked at. We saw some attendance patterns that we were a little concerned with. We saw some disparities in our chronic absenteeism. And then with academic performance, specifically in our 9th grade, we saw some things that we wanted to look at deeper. But when we get that much data in a meeting that's an hour and a half-ish, like it's hard to analyze that data, have a discussion, come up with something. So we decided to kind of move into a little bit deeper discussion option. And so move some of these topics out so they have their own meaning. So theoretically, the idea is that the week before I send out the agenda with some data attached that we've talked about in the previous meeting and said, hey, these are things we want to look at. So then we all have that information a little bit before, and we can then have a discussion about the data, having had time to kind of review it and think on that. And then really discuss that, look at our successes, look at our barriers, look at our resource allocation, like what are maybe the next steps? Is this something we need to look at deeper? Is this something we have a couple of recommendations for, and some maybe action items to push out to either levels or schools to consider? So this is how we kind of organized what we wanted to look at. So in October, looking at our parent and community engagement, which again is one of those things that we're not gathering as much data as we would like. So having a discussion about maybe different ways we can collect more data and get more feedback from our parents in strategic ways. Looking at parent-teacher conferences and the participation there and those kinds of things. November, having a deeper discussion about those different transition points, because those are key places that we give information to parents. And a lot of times that first year, I was in middle school and in high school, but those first years, like when you come into middle school, you come into high school, parents are a lot more involved and have a lot more questions, especially if it's their first kid to go through that. And so we felt as a committee like that's a key time to be getting some better information to parents. And so to be more strategic about that is the conversation we want to have. December or January, depending on when our meeting falls, look at teacher professional development. So at that point, we would have some kind of a better plan on how we're gathering all that information and recording it together. And then talk about the ways we're preparing our teachers and if we can identify gaps that we see. February, looking at our multilingual and McKinney-Vento students. March, looking at our special ed and 504. And then in April, looking at our advanced learners. And possibly in May, just following up on any of the things that have kind of come along that we wanted to make sure that as we move into the next year, that those resources are being distributed and getting to where we need them to go. So this is just, as we have those discussions, pulling the information that's quarterly attendance, credit accumulation, course enrollment demographics, parent engagement metrics. Last year, Brian's department shared with us the CCR. Did we change that? Is that CCR now? ECCR. Changes. It was SEOP back in the day. As we looked at that, we found that our multilingual families weren't participating as much. And so trying to come up with, so that there are some metrics that we can pull and we want to just have deeper dives at that.
Hey, Paula, real quick, just to add to that, one of the indicators for graduation, we've talked about this a little bit, but any of these populations and their enrollment in CTE pathways as concentrators or completers is, and maybe you already have that built in.
So that's going to be in this enrollment demographics and analysis. If you looked at the data that I mean, I gave you a lot of things. Amanda even said like, Paula, it's a lot of stuff to talk about in 15 minutes. And it is, so that's why I kind of gave you a bunch of data, but that's what we were looking at, what we found. Like we can't have this discussion about all of this at one time, but that is something we want to look at.
Well, just thinking about too with the Innovation Center coming up and the issue with transportation and how do we, what does that look like with their day, being part of their home school and partly at the center. So, I mean, those are a lot of things to think about as we get closer. So that's great.
I met today with Reed, and he met with the middle school principals, and I tagged along, did a little tour. But we talked a little bit about really doing a bigger push, specifically in our 8th grade as we move the CCA class into 8th grade, and hopefully building that connection and that enrollment. Because one of the things he mentioned today is Hillcrest actually has one of the highest percentages of kids participating in CTE programs. But when we go to the tech center, they're one of the lowest. So they're participating at their school, but the more robust, let's say, programs that I come out with a certificate or something that really can help me move forward, we aren't as involved. So that is something that our committee would like to look at.
Language, travel,
Mhm.
costs, I mean, there's all those things, yeah, there's all those things weigh in.
Yeah, and specifically with moving that CCA class to 8th grade.
Yeah.
That was something that we thought would really be helpful. We
will.
started that discussion in our committee
That's great.
2 years ago.
While we're on this subject real quick, sorry to interrupt you. In high quality learning, last time we talked about how there is such a strong dip in attendance and grades when the kids hit 9th grade. So it sounds like a lot of the data that you're going to be covering would be really useful for our committee to
Yeah.
understand too. So let's definitely.
So Amber and I have talked about that. So
Okay.
she pulled some data that she shared with BLTs, actually showing the correlation between grades and attendance. And so I'll be bringing that to our committee too. So we're talking about that because it is a big concern right now.
Yeah.
Getting all of our kids or as close as we can to graduation, right? Tom's talking about the 24 credit diploma. And if we do the GED, can that count? And just different things to try and make sure. And our committee, I think specifically needs to be aware of those things and those discussions so that we can, again, make sure that those supports and that access, that information is getting out to everybody. So then our immediate priorities, which would mean we're talking about this year, not we're solving tomorrow, but we're talking about those school transitions and family engagement and resource distribution. And then kind of long-term, obviously continued efforts to identify and address those barriers so that every student has access to that rigorous and relevant learning. Looking at those transitions and making sure we've got those supported parent partnerships because that really does change whether or not kids graduate, the amount their parents are involved in schools. And then educator expertise and serving our different kinds of learners, right? If I'm teaching a SALTA class and I've never had a gifted and talented class, I might not be aware of some of the strategies that really are going to help move these kids forward. And so that's our committee.
Awesome. Okay. Rettle.
And I did it in less time. But
That was awesome.
I was fast.
That was a lot. You got a lot of material.
What impacts are we seeing from the changes in the Department of Education?
Well, that's an ongoing thing. The only one for my department specifically that's really been impactful was more of a state issue. The state didn't do the 21st Century Learning Grant this year. They decided in March they were going to go to an every other year program and not do it this year. So it wasn't available and our grant ended. So that impacted our Title I schools and that we do not have an after school program this year. Yeah, that being said, we did sit with the Title I principals and we looked very carefully at our Title I budgets and what we could move and shift. And we decided that summer school, we had more kids going and it cost us less money to do the summer school program. So it was a bigger bang for our buck. So we focused on that and then put that off until hopefully the 21st Century Grant comes available this year. We've not heard whether or not it is off the table.
So we heard about this at listening tour at East Midvale. It's had a massive impact on them already.
And how much was that grant for?
That grant gave us about well, it depended on what year we were in, but we started with, I think, about 400,000 and then it was 200,000 that last year.
Is that the program that Mindy came to us originally to get additional funds for?
That was
That's middle.
Different one.
Yeah.
Okay. Interesting.
So we're hopeful that that'll come back around and that'll open up and we can apply again.
Oh, go ahead, Karen.
First off, I want to say that wow, my voice is weird. Okay. I love being on your committee. I have been so impressed.
Our committee.
Our committee, it's true, it's ours.
It was before me.
It was. Because we are kind of the umbrella of the services and then the details. I mean, we know what's going on overall. And then I really liked how Amanda said, we really need to make sure that we're sending that information that we see concerns about or even successes to the proper other committees that it may affect, which I don't think we've had the collaboration between committees. And so I think this year with us focusing on very specific things each time, and I think that will help our meetings get deeper. We've covered all of that all the time, every time.
Yeah. it
And that's
feels
a
like
lot.
We're running in that like little rat trap, like.
We are. We're
talk,
running
talk,
110
talk,
miles an hour.
hamster wheel is better. We talk and talk and talk and talk, and then we talk about this and then this, and then you get to the end and you're like, well, I can't do all of that
No.
tomorrow.
And then
So,
it turned out that we had to do fire control
yeah,
because like the MLs coming in like a fire hose kind of just forced that to be our focus. I really like that the direction we're heading this year is that we will be able to address things at a little deeper level. And I definitely will make sure, make sure that the other committees have pertinent information because there's no point in collecting it twice. If we've done all that work to collect it, we have it in place, then we need to share. And that's what I like about the directive. The superintendent has indicated he would like to support of us focusing in all our groups on specific things so that we're more cohesive and we feel like we're making progress. I think we've done a lot of progress, but I think as a whole, we all need to understand what's happening. So thank you. It's one of those committees that I feel like is so important. It's so valuable and it touches the one every time. If you go down the line and so thank you for the hard work. And then that was amazing. You did well.
thank you.
Condensing it down because I know what it looked like.
So much stuff.
You did great. You
Yeah.
did great.
Anyone else like to share or ask a question? I just had a couple things. One is I was astounded by the data that you shared about the 346% likelihood of
Yeah.
homelessness.
That was shocking to me.
Can you get us that
And that goes to our legislators.
that data? Yes, for our legislators. I'm just thinking the legislative committee, so that would be Karen, myself, Amber, and
Yeah, I'll get you the link to that
Susan
article.
and Charlie. I think having that in front of our legislators, especially when they're going to be talking about compulsory education this next session, is really
I
important,
think that would really help. In
right?
fact, a lot of the data that we have,
Uh-huh.
we just have to identify which are the most impactful.
Right?
So we don't drown them like it sounds like when we see it, but have those most impactful things. And that is one of them.
Yeah, I think
That
that
is-
that's pretty compelling, especially when our legislators are trying to figure out how to deal with the current homelessness issue. If they understand this is what you're going to be staring at.
Yeah, it's like looking at reading levels in third grade and
Right.
saying, this is
Yeah.
what's gonna happen, right? This
Right.
is a predictor and we know what's gonna happen. So the more we can do to impact that and change that graduation, and get
Right.
kids there, the better off we'll all.
Yeah, I would love to see the article. And then, just as a celebration, did Parent Square come out of this committee's work? Was it, or was something before the prior? Okay, well, I just have to say, I do think that that's turned out to be a success. And
That's been
In languages
we
though.
were nervous about it for a while, but I have heard very few complaints. I feel like it's working smoothly, and I love that it's serving all of the students with so many different languages and their parents. So anyway, thank you to whoever really.
No, that's
Champion
been
that.
huge. And as I've talked with other districts and stuff who don't have that, they're just like, it does what?
Yeah.
And I'm,
It's magic.
you know,
Well,
it's
it's our
magic for us.
Yeah.
I mean, and you just think about if you're new to the country and you don't speak English, and many of our, specifically our newcomer families haven't had great experience with, let's say, government in their own communities. And so they're dropping their poor child off at a school that the government is gonna take care of, right? And there's just a lot of, I think, angst and anxiety around that. And this tool alone has just helped us communicate with them and alleviate some of those fears and really help schools and teachers reach out to kids.
Awesome.
So it's awesome.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Well, if there are no other comments, we have ended exceedingly early. And that was not what we anticipated, but anyway, so I guess we will adjourn until the business meeting at 7 PM. So feel free to take a break, eat something, and thanks for being here.
I'm just gonna run home, take a nap. He's got.
Welcome to the Canyons Board of Education meeting. Today is October 7th, 2025. We are meeting at the district office located at 9361 South, 300 East in Sandy, Utah. We are excusing Board President Amber Schill. My name is Amanda Oakes. I'm Vice President of the Board of Education, and I will be sitting in for her today. First item to approve the agenda for tonight, October 7th, 2025. If I can have a motion to approve the agenda for tonight, that'd be great.
I move to approve the agenda for tonight, for October 7th, 2025.
Great. Do I have a second?
I'll second that.
All right. Any discussion to the motion? Okay. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Okay, that motion passes in the affirmative unanimously. Now we will be led in the Pledge of Allegiance from Jordan High School Principal Kelsey Kemp, after which we will have school highlights by Principal Kemp.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right. Thank you, Board, so much for having me come and share some highlights about Jordan High School. I first wanted to start off and just thank you for all that you do for Jordan High School, for the time and the money that has been invested in the school with our new construction updates and the updates that are coming. Our community is very grateful for all that you've done to support our high school and that. I wanted to talk about a few things that are going on at Jordan High School. I guess I could start with the construction update. The bathrooms are just about done on the inside. They should be done by Christmas, which will finish our phase one of our building. The gender-neutral bathrooms upstairs will be done by Christmas, and then the downstairs should be done in a couple weeks. So we'll have two sets of gender-neutral bathrooms, one upstairs and one down. And then the overall construction of the field house and the black box theater is scheduled to be completed by July 2nd. So we look forward to being able to utilize those spaces as a school. A couple of things going on in the school this year. We have implemented a new hall pass policy where the first 10 minutes and the last 5 minutes of class, students are not allowed on a hall pass unless it's in dire need. And we've seen that that's really cleaned up our halls. We don't have as many students wandering the halls. They're in the classrooms getting instruction from our teachers, and we feel that it's been a really great policy that we've implemented at our school. Our teachers this year are focused on AVID strategies, Wicker in the classrooms. They have all been working diligently to implement 3 to 5 Wicker strategies in each of our classrooms to engage students at a higher level and get them more engaged in their learning. As far as our student groups go, Mr. Jeff Haney will talk a little bit about our Shakespeare festival that we attended with our performing arts groups this last weekend and the highlights that they were able to have there. We've had numerous student groups participate in some of the fun runs at the feeder elementary schools, and they've enjoyed doing that and being with the elementary students. We recently had our first Puertas Abiertas of the year. It was one of the most highly attended events that we've had in the past couple of years. We had speakers come and talk about mental health and suicide awareness, and then there was a community lawyer that came and talked about the immigration laws and updates to support our community there. As a note of athletics, we recently renamed our football field after Henry C. Jorgensen, a former alumni to Jordan High School, principal and advocate for us as well. And that was a great event. We're grateful for all that were able to attend that event, as we were able to recognize him and his donations to Jordan High School. Our boys region cross country team won a region championship today. We want to recognize them, as well as our girls finished quite well in that event. And our girls soccer team will be hosting a state soccer game this Thursday. And last of all, I just wanted to again thank you for the time and concern of looking at Jordan High School and the things that we need. I know that some of our athletic parents, namely our baseball parents, have been to advocate for our field and our community. And we had numerous members of the board and superintendent come out and check out our field and the needs there. And we're grateful that we feel like you've listened, and we look forward to being able to have those needed improvements take place at Jordan High School. So thank you for listening to our community and taking action on that. We appreciate that.
Thank you so much. Please give our regards to your staff and to your teachers. We really appreciate them. I had a chance to go visit Jordan High School in the spring to go see some of what you're doing through those the AVID program. It was impressive. So thank you so much for coming.
Thank you. I'll do that.
Okay, that brings us to the next portion of tonight's meeting, which is the Canyon Strong Student Recognitions by Communications Director Jeff Haney and Associate Director of Communications Kirsten Stewart.
Thank you, Vice President Oakes, for this time to recognize the achievements of the students in the Canyon School District who have truly gone above and beyond in their pursuit of excellence. It's been a historic start to the school year in Canyons. In just a matter of days, we've watched our students capture national and state titles, as well as state and national recognition for their artistic and academic endeavors. Now we start with the results of the 49th annual. Here we go. Looks like it's not flipping, Derek. There you go. Slowly moving toward this. We start with the 49th annual National High School Shakespeare Competition results. We give a standing ovation to Hillcrest High. The Huskies won their 6th consecutive sweepstakes award for their division in this national competition. It also marked Hillcrest's 12th overall sweepstakes honor in the past 16 years. But the awards for Canyon schools did not end there. It was actually a Canyons district sweep in the sweepstakes competition. Brighton took 2nd place and Corner Canyon took 3rd. And in addition, at the end of the event, all 5 of Canyon School District's high schools took home at least one first place national championship trophy. Brighton won 1st place in the duo trio scene category. Corner Canyon won 1st place in ensemble. As Mr. Kemp said, Jordan High excelled in choir. They took 1st place in the troubadour category, and an Alta High student took 1st in monologues. All 5 walked away with the national championship. The full list of winners has yet to be sent to us by the competition organizers. When we do receive that, we'll put that information on the website, on our social media pages, to appropriately applaud our theater, music, and dance students who competed at the 49th annual Shakespeare competition at Southern Utah University. Now, let's talk for a second about repeating as champions. Hillcrest repeated 6 times. The Chargers have just 3 more to go to tie that consecutive championship. This afternoon, Corner Canyon accomplished a three-peat at the 6A Boys Golf Tournament. Yes, that's right. The Chargers have won the state title for 3 years running, firmly establishing their reputation as a golf dynasty and justifying their recent #1 ranking on the national rankings. The Corner Canyon team includes brothers, one a senior and one a freshman. This was the only time they could compete with each other in high school for a title and they did it. So congratulations to them. The Chargers came back from a one-stroke deficit after the first day of the competition to win the state trophy. We were thrilled to see the results and get the team photos from Principal Dina Kohler. So congratulations to the Chargers, their coaches, and their supporters, including their very supportive parents. Now, as you can see, Alta's red, black, white, and silver uniforms sparkled under the stadium lights at the Band of America Arizona Regional Competition in Flagstaff, Arizona. At the competition, Alta's marching band faced some of the very best student musicians and color guards in Utah, Texas, Oklahoma, New Mexico, California, and Arizona. And after the preliminary round of judging, Alta's marching band was granted one of the spots in the final round of competition. But unfortunately, lightning and inclement weather pushed back the judging so much that they just awarded the trophies based on the judging in the preliminary rounds. But still, regionally, Alta High walked away with 11th place. So congratulations to the Hawks, who placed so high and made it for the very first time into a finals at a regional Bands of America competition. Last week, Alta High's band competed closer to home and took second place in 5A Open Division at the Bridgerland Invitational, and Hillcrest's marching band took third place in the 5A Scholastic Division at that same competition. So go marching bands. In a few weeks, we'll have the state competition. It's called the Red Rocks. It's in St. George. We'll keep you updated on how well all of our bands and marching band and our color guards do. Congratulations to Corner Canyon's Adrian McGill, who was chosen through a competitive audition process to perform with the Utah Symphony at the 65th Annual Salute to Youth concert on November 12th at Bravenel Hall. Now, this event showcases his hard work and talent. He will be performing Mozart's Oboe Concerto in C Major, Movement 1. If students want to go support Adrian at this event as he performs with some of the country's very best musicians, tickets are at 50% off for all students who want to attend. So congratulations to Adrian on this accomplishment. We can't wait to see how well you perform with the Utah Symphony. The U.S. Department of Education recently released their list of the 161 students across the country who were named as U.S. Presidential Scholars. It's an incredibly prestigious status for students to receive this. One of our very own, Blake Hollinger, who graduated in the spring from Corner Canyon High School, who is now at Harvard, was named one of 4 U.S. Presidential Scholars from Utah. And like I said, only 161 students were chosen for this status. So congratulations to Blake. It's only been since 1964 that the Federal Education Department has given this very prestigious academic award. Congratulations to the Chargers. Now, tomorrow is a very big day for the Unified Soccer players in Canyons. It's the region competition at the Real Salt Lake facility in Harriman. More than 1,500 students from across the valley will be competing. And then the very next day, we're hoping our teams make it to the state finals. That'll be played at America First Field here in Sandy. That's the home of Real Salt Lake. Here you can see some of the action at the all CSD soccer matchups. It was held at Brighton High Soccer Field. It was right in front of Butler Middle School. The goal of unified sports programs, and we have very active unified programs at Alta, Brighton, Corner Canyon, Hillcrest, and Jordan, and all of our middle schools. We want this program to encourage our special education students to compete with their peers in general education, in athletics, and other extracurricular activities. So if you'd like to come and support our unified soccer players tomorrow in Harriman, and then the very next day, cross your fingers, we'll have teams in the state finals. We also are cheering for Hillcrest and Brighton girls tennis players who are vying for state titles in the 5A tournament Saturday, Thursday, and Saturday. The Bengals and the Huskies are some of the highest ranked girls tennis players in the state. Also, bundle up on Saturday, perhaps grab an umbrella for the Championship Middle School Intramurals Cross Country Meet, which we call the Mike Sorois Invitational. The 3 best boys and girl runners from every grade at each Canyons District Middle School are expected to compete in a 2-mile race around Jordan High School. If history holds, we'll have a lot of parents and supporters lining the route to cheer their students as they make their way through the course. We also want to extend an invitation to the entire community to attend the 16th Annual Apex Awards. It'll be held 1 week from today on Tuesday, October 14th at Butler Middle School. A catered reception is at 6:30. The ceremony will be held in the auditorium, starts at 7:15. This year's Legacy Award winner certainly deserves the honor. It's effectively Canyons District's Hall of Fame, the Legacy Award is. And the Legacy Award winner this year is Mrs. Nancy Tingey, the former president of the Board of Education. She's seen here with former Utah Governor Gary Herbert, an NFL star and former Brighton football standout Simi Fihoko. Other winners of the Apex Awards, which are the highest awards given by the board and the administration, are the following. Our Teacher of the Year was announced in the spring. That's Lucia de la Cruz Rodriguez from Midvale Elementary School. Our School Administrator of the Year is Indian Hills Middle Principal Shelley Karen. District Administrators of the Year, Shauna Lowe, our Payroll Director, and Kirsten Stewart, the Associate Director of Communications. Our Education Support Professionals of the Year are Charlotte Graham, the Head Secretary at East Midvale Elementary. She's been there for 47 years, folks, 47 years. And Kathy Hilton, the Head Secretary at Corner Canyon High School. Our Student Support Services Professional of the Year is our Development Officer from the Canyons Education Foundation. That's Denise Haycock. Our Community Partner of the Year was mentioned by Mr. Kemp, Dan Jorgensen, a Jordan High benefactor who has given so much to his beloved Beet Diggers. Our Volunteer of the Year is Trevin Cole. At one time, he worked in the cafeteria at Eastmont, but his job interfered with some of his federal benefits, so he just quit his job but continued to show up every day as a volunteer. Congratulations to Trevin for winning this award. And the elected official of the year is one of our greatest supporters from day one. It is Draper Mayor Troy Walker. So please consider joining us at Butler Middle School for this special night. It'll feature performances by the Alta High Ballroom team and some members of the cast of Corner Canyon's upcoming production of Mary Poppins. We also will broadcast the event on CSD TV, our streaming and video service in the district, which is producing and broadcasting tonight's board meeting. Vice President Oaks, you can see that it's been a big week in the Canyon School District. In Canyons, we are the District of Champions. In Canyons, it's a place to learn more, do more, and be more. Thank you for this time for recognitions. We turn the time back to you.
Thank you so much, Jeff. That was a great update. It's really exciting to hear all of that. Okay, so we have now come to the public comment portion of our board meeting. The Board of Education encourages public engagement and values input from our students, parents, employees, and other patrons of the district. Let me briefly review guidelines for public comment. Public comment time is limited to residents and current employees of the district. The Board of Education does not engage in public comment on personnel issues of a district employee's character, professional competence, or mental or physical health. If a member of the public wants to comment on personnel issues, the board would request that those comments be submitted to the board in writing. However, if the member of the public determines to verbally comment on personnel issues, his or her comments need to be civil and refrain from personal attacks, insults, defamatory, or slanderous comments about an individual. Comments must be age appropriate, considering children who may be present or viewing online. Speakers may need to indicate whether they are representing a group or just themselves. Because we have so many people speaking this evening or have signed up, we typically limit our board comments to 45 minutes, but we will extend that to an hour this evening. And each individual gets 2 minutes to comment, and a group gets 3 minutes. So if you can indicate who what you're representing when you stand up here, that would be great. Also, just to give you a heads up, sometimes the public doesn't always understand this. We as a board will take notes and listen to what you have to say, but we won't engage back and forth. But we are taking what you have to say under consideration, so just be aware of that. So I have, let's see. I'm going to read the first three names, and so if you can come up and wait, if you're going to be coming up fairly soon, I'll read those names out loud. And please, I'm sure I'll probably mispronounce the names. Please introduce yourself and correct me if I say it incorrectly. I pre-apologize. So first we have Jeanette Knight, then Diane Nahaluski, and Johanna Williams. We'll start with Jeanette.
Good evening and thank you, board members. My name is Jeanette Knight. I represent myself. I'm a proud member of the Park Lane community, a community defined by communication, connection, care, and belonging. Park Lane isn't just a school, it's the heart of our neighborhood. Students walk together each morning, greeted by familiar faces. Parents walk alongside, watching out for each other's children. Teachers, administrators, and staff know our families by name. It's a web of relationships that supports every child every day. That walkability is a huge part of what makes Park Lane special and functional. More families can walk to Park Lane than any other proposed alternative, which not only reduces traffic and transportation costs, as others have previously described, but it also benefits our children's well-being. Studies show that students who walk to school experience lower levels of stress, improved focus, and greater emotional resilience. The daily walk becomes a transition ritual, an important moment to mentally prepare for learning each day. To disrupt this community, to relocate us to an unfamiliar building with unfamiliar routines would be more than just an inconvenience. It would be a loss of safety, a loss of tradition, a loss of connection. I have the pleasure of volunteering as Park Lane's choir director, and every week I am reminded that a choir is more than just the voices singing together. It's a living symbol of community. In a choir, every voice matters, every part plays a role. Melody and harmony, all are essential. We listen to each other, we adjust, we support, and we rise together. That's what makes music so beautiful. Park Lane is no different. Our school is a harmony of unique voices, students, teachers, staff, and families, each bringing something distinct, yet we work together as one. Disrupting that unity is like pulling a section out of a choir in mid-song. The music falters, the harmony breaks. This school, this space, this community, it's working for us. In a world where so much feels so uncertain, we must fiercely protect what is already thriving. Just like a choir, our strength comes from our togetherness. Please keep our community whole. Thank you.
Thank you. Next we have Diane, then Johanna Williams, and then Julie Bean.
Hi, I'm Diane Nahalevsky. I've been a teacher teaching resource at Park Lane for 18 years. As a faculty, we've come together, we've had celebrations, we've done fun things together. We've also had great losses. I have sat next to coworkers and community members and my own students as we've attended the funerals of 2 teachers and just recently my paraeducator. These experiences have shaped our identity and caused us to have great passion for our school. We have, as teachers, we've had more and more demands put on us, and yet our school has risen to that challenge. Our academic scores are amazing. We are 3rd out of 28, only behind 2 SALTA schools, and I think if you took out one of those SALTA scores from one school, we would probably be 2nd, and we have ACC in our building. But set those all aside, the true accomplishment we have is how we have blended our school together. When I started years ago, we had ACC and Gen Ed, and we didn't do much mixing, we didn't do much mainstreaming because teachers just weren't really comfortable with that. Now it is completely different. Collaboration is our norm. We mainstream, we reverse mainstream every single day. Since 2019, we have released 12 students from resource. 6 of those had moved in from other states and other districts. ACC has moved 2 students back into Gen Ed with more coming. Our community has embraced embraced ACC. I'm from New York. I can talk fast. I hope you're with me. I work with every single teacher in our building, and I can tell you that this has been a total effort. It is, if ISD is here, John Hattie would say the effect size for this kind of collaboration is 1.57. You cannot find that anywhere else. All of our students are thriving. ACC students are passing RISE tests. I have a former student who just got his 4-year degree, and he's now up at the U on a scholarship studying medicine. This is amazing. But this change has taken 20 years. We don't have that kind of time. We need to keep Park Lane open with our ACC students there. They deserve that. They are going to suffer immensely if they get moved to another school. Just imagine a school, I'm almost done. My name took longer than 10 seconds, so I have just a few more. Imagine a school where everyone is involved in the community and included, has stellar academics, and where teachers collaborate on a daily basis. It might sound like a fairy tale, but it's not. It's Park Lane Elementary. Change is inevitable. I know that. I'm committed to consolidating with kindness, and I thank you for letting me speak.
Thank you. No applause, please. Okay, so next we have Johanna Williams, Julie Bean, and then Katie Walker.
Hi, I'm a teacher also at Park Lane Elementary, and I just want to thank the board for taking this on. Like, you've got to be the most unpopular people when you come visit our schools all across the district, and I am grateful you're willing to, because we care about our schools in Canyons. I've worked at 4 different schools in Canyons, and I think it's worth considering and listening and looking at all of the possible things. I also love what Diane said about consolidating with kindness. And I know some people who work at Granite and go to Granite, and they're wonderful. This isn't an us versus them, but it's simply looking to see what is best for Canyons as a whole, and also what's best for the students and the kids that attend these schools. So in that realm, I have 2 kind of things that have been floating in my brain. The first one is, when I watched the original proposal, one of the main goals of the boundary changes was boosting up Eastmont and Jordan, recognizing that they could do this. And having Park Lane as the main one would draw more students in. We work with the PLT group, we work with them at the fun run, and we have the Jordan students in our school. The second thing is, obviously, the schools, the teachers, the programs at both schools are great. However, we need to look at what is best for the greatest number of kids, and looking at how many kids would have to be on buses. I appreciate what Ms. Knight said about the effect of busing. I've been at schools where there are a lot of buses coming and going, and it's hard to arrange play dates, and it's hard for them to feel like a community, and it is stressful, quite honestly. I can't imagine having 10 or 12 buses going to one school. And so, in my opinion, I think we should look at the results, what would keep the least amount of neighborhood kids walking to school in a safe environment where they can be with their families and their friends as much as they can. And thank you for your time.
Thank you. Okay, next we have Julie Bean, Katie Walker, and then Shannon Herbert.
Okay, hi, my name's Julie Bean. I'm an ACC special education teacher at Jordan High School, as well as special programs representative for Canyons Education Association, where I also serve on the negotiations team. Thank you for your time. Our ability to provide pertinent, meaningful feedback for students, along with our ability to plan engaging lessons that will bring our students forward, is constantly being eroded. At the end of 2023, the board granted teachers 2 additional workdays with 2 hours of PD, allowing teachers an additional 6 hours of preparation time to help with the teacher overworkload that we were constantly in. Now, what I understand is that we will be expected to do 8 hours of PD for these days. Doesn't this mean we'll be losing 12 hours of prep time this year? Demands on our time have already been increased due to many factors, including behavioral issues, which we are all working to address, the addition of advisory periods in high school that took away some of our prep time while also adding additional work we're expected to manage, and the many additional policy and procedures that have been steadily increasing, especially this year with the USBE courses we were expected to complete, but given no time to do so. We were told to do it during our 32 legislative hours, which is now also being eroded with all this extra work. Those hours were supposed to be at our own personal discretion, where we would be able to breathe, be creative, learn more about something that can improve our teaching. I'm exhausted, I'm frustrated, and feel very untrusted to be the professional I worked so hard to become. I love my students. They need so much support and guidance. As we are constantly being pulled in all sorts of directions, I feel that I am not able to give them what they need. I wish I could just demand that I be creative and amazing in the average of 1 hour and 15 minutes I get daily for all the grading feedback issues that constantly come up. Communication with families, and I'm not even going to mention the additional work I must do as a special educator. I'm asking that the board reconsider and to please limit our PD on teacher workdays to 2 hours to help us with our workload. Thank you.
Thank you. Again, no applause, please. Okay, next we have Katie Walker, then Shannon Herbert, and then Emily Page.
Hi, good evening, members of the school board. My name's Katie Walker. I'm a mom of 3 Canyon students. I'm a kindergarten teacher here at Park Lane Elementary. So really I have like 27 kids this year. This is my 8th year with Canyon School District. I came back to our district when there was an opening at Park Lane, which is very rare, and I knew I wanted to be a Panther. When I say that this school in Canyons is a unicorn, I truly mean it. I've had the pleasure of working at several of our schools and with dozens of amazing colleagues. But as you have heard from our community members, there's something magical about our school, and that is a huge testament to my Park Lane family. We have carefully and meticulously created an amazing place for our community and with our community. I'm excited at this opportunity of combining and welcoming more students and families and colleagues into our building. But I wanted to speak a little bit more about a long-term planning. We're here to discuss more than just the future of a building. We're here to discuss the future of our neighborhood communities. If consolidation is inevitable, which I don't envy your place right now, so thank you for being so considerate, I urge you to maintain Park Lane as the location of the combined school. This is critical for the entire progression of our students' Canyons journey into middle and high school. We are a neighborhood loyal to Eastmont and Jordan. Park Lane is the foundation of that loyalty. Last month, we held our annual fun run, and who shows up every year but the Jordan Beat Diggers cross-country team? I cannot tell you how thrilled I am and relieved as a kindergarten teacher to have those runners cheer us on, to motivate us, and to help my students get back to the school. Because of events like these, our kids start to identify with Jordan at an early age. Park Lane is an essential link to that Eastmont to Jordan feeder. If you close Park Lane and send our students to Granite, a school inside of Albion and Brighton boundaries, I'm worried that we may start to see more and more of our Park Lane students permitting into those schools. And those schools are amazing. They are absolutely wonderful. But I am also a proud mom of an Eastmont Patriot student. And I don't want to see the possible closure of our school, potentially severing our neighborhood's bond with Eastmont and Jordan. I am hopeful that the board will choose to honor its commitment to strengthening that Eastmont and Jordan system and keep our school open. Lastly, I just want to say thank you for your hard work, your consideration, and your openness to the best possible solution.
Thank you. Next, we have Shannon Herbert, Emily Page, and then Lisa Niederhauser.
Hello. I'm a Park Lane parent asking you to save our school because keeping Park Lane open is the more economical option in the long run. Simply put, keeping Granite open would require 3 more buses than if Park Lane housed the new combined school. That's a difference of $150,000 per year on busing costs, according to your own numbers, money that could be spent on teachers and support staff. Park Lane's parking lot is the most cited reason for closing the school. For 10 years, Park Lane's SCC has been asking for the district to fix the lot. And for 10 years, we've been passed over for more urgent district needs. In Park Lane's SCC minutes from May 2017, I found this, quote, "Parking lot is on the district 5-year plan to be redone," end quote. It's a bitter irony that this inaction might now close our beloved school. But when talking this week with a district bus driver, we were shocked to learn that some think the Granite lot is perhaps worse than Park Lane's. Park Lane has issues with our entrance and exit, but our completely separate bus and parent areas reduce risk. Apparently, they don't have those separate areas at Granite, and it gets chaotic as everyone merges together. And getting to Granite can be tough in the winter. The narrow, windy roads leading to Granite are shady, icy, and dangerous in the cold, while the roads around Park Lane are wide, straight, and safely lined with sidewalks. Moreover, Park Lane has room to expand. There's a large, mostly unused blacktop area behind the school that could be repurposed as a bus drop-off. Fixing the Park Lane lot would be a one-time investment, but the costs of busing if Park Lane closes will be a recurring expense. Year after year, the district would be spending taxpayer money to bus 300+ kids to Granite when there is a perfectly good school building in our own backyard, a building that's actually newer, larger, and in better condition. Granite already buses most of their students, I think, or many of their students. Diverting the buses 5 minutes down the hill seems a simpler and cheaper option. If the goal is budget reduction, then saving Park Lane is the better solution long-term. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Emily Page, Lisa Niederhauser, and then Wendy Nielsen, who will be representing a group.
I am Emily Page, and my son Silas goes to Park Lane, and I am here to discuss the ramifications I feel by personal experience would happen by taking the ACC program out of Park Lane and moving it to a school that does not have it already established. My other son, Seeley Page, was moved to Sprucewood last year and had been at Granite for 2 years, was established with the teachers, was happy, was moving forward towards advancing up into the ACC program. They moved him to Sprucewood his 3rd grade year, and he fell behind 6 months worth of educational knowledge because the principal, vice principal, mainstream teachers, and the school in general was not set up for an ACC program. They tried their best, they went as fast as they could to get the program up and running as fast as possible and have the mainstream teachers and the program up and running. But unfortunately, there was time lost, and my child and several children in the school suffered due to it. I am concerned that if this is done to our ACC program, the ACC program at Park Lane for my son, he too will struggle while they are playing catch up. And that's basically all it is that they are playing catch up. It would be different if the program was already established or if the 2 to 3 year we were told originally was the plan for this idea that you guys have to close a school. We were originally told last year that it was going to be a 2 to 3 year plan. Well, if that was the case, then that would have given us or teachers or the schools in general time to set up the program. Unfortunately, that is not what we have now. And we have students, my child in particular, that I am speaking for, asking me, Mom, how do I fight the fight? Well, that's why I'm here. I'm here to fight the fight and ask you to consider not moving the program to a school that does not have it already established and having our children suffer in the process. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next, we have Lisa Niederhauser, Wendy Nielsen, who's representing a group, and Amanda May.
All numbers have been taken from transparentutah.gov and are public knowledge. Canyon School District has an enrollment of 33,000 students. Our current CEO or superintendent has an annual salary, numbers include a benefits package, of $422,000. This is an increase from last year's salary which was $366,000, up $55,000. This is the largest increase in the position since our current superintendent took the role. In an effort to do my due diligence, I researched other bordering districts, their enrollment numbers, and their salaries. Granite School District has an enrollment of 58,000 students, and their superintendent salary is $367,000. Jordan School District has an enrollment of 57,000 students and a salary of $399,000. Again, our school district currently sits at an enrollment of 33,000 students, again with a salary of $422,000. To break down the discrepancy further, the price per student, because we're here for the students, for Jordan School District is $6.99. Granite is $6.35, and Canyons is $12.70. Again, in the midst of declining enrollment and closing schools. Moving on, this past school year, current administrator of an elementary school was taken mid-year to fill a new district position, not one that was already being filled, administrative, not with students. That new salary and benefits package totaled $216,000. Again, this is money that was not previously being utilized in this manner. This is money that was taken elsewhere from the district. Now, let's dive into this a little bit more. While the money is a slap across the face for all the underfunded schools, both teachers and students alike, let's talk about how this impacted the school that she was taken from. The 4th and 5th grade children in that school had seen 4 administrators come and go in their tenure at the school. This made 5. The teachers have seen even more come and go. If we are talking about the true impact of top-level C-suite decisions, the true harm is happening to the kids and the teachers, the same people that all the school board and the top-level employees came to care about the most. This Canyons district could not even simply wait to fill the position after the school year ended. They needed that principal from her position in January, again, to fill a new position that was not there previously. The kids came back to school and they got to meet their 5th new principal since they started kindergarten. Same kids that went through COVID in their kindergarten and 1st grade year. To circle back, this year alone we have declining enrollment. This school board has given larger raises, made new top earning positions, and the fix that's being proposed and carried out is to close schools. Canyon
Ms.
School District
Niederhauser, your time is up.
I'm almost done, is run in a manner where the top dogs keep getting richer, taking from the small guys, which is kids. Thank you.
Again, please, no applause, thank you. Next is Wendy Nielsen, then Amanda May, then Ashley Davis. And Wendy represents a group.
I do, thanks. I just wanted to, you guys came to our school. I'm Wendy from Bella Vista. And during your visit, you mentioned a key goal was to keep schools together and avoid splitting established communities. However, the current proposal to relocate Bella Vista students would in effect divide our school. The ABS program is not a separate support. It's fully integrated into Bella Vista's culture. These students are among our most vulnerable, and they thrive in a consistent, stable, and inclusive environment. Uprooting them would be a disruption that many of them may not be equipped to handle easily, and we're deeply concerned about the impact such a move would have on their well-being and academic progress. You also mentioned proximity as a factor in the proposed combination of Bella Vista and Ridgecrest. With that in mind, has the board considered relocating Ridgecrest's DLI program to another under-enrolled school, such as Oakdale, to help boost its numbers and allow Ridgecrest's neighborhood students to transition to Bella Vista? This option could help maintain Bella Vista's strong community identity and integrated programs, avoid overcrowding at Ridgecrest, allow for a more balanced and harmonious school culture rather than Bella Vista's students being absorbed into a much larger Ridgecrest population. Create a smoother path for a long-term planning, especially considering that Ridgecrest may be high on the list for a rebuild in the next 4 to 5 years. If Ridgecrest is due for a rebuild, wouldn't it make more sense for Ridgecrest students to temporarily move to Bella Vista so that in a few years, both communities could move together into a new building as equals? This seems a more thoughtful and strategic way to merge communities on equal footing in a shared new space, rather than the one community being absorbed into another. We recognize Bella Vista is a smaller school, but we have a large, flexible property that can accommodate portable classrooms if needed. With 3 classrooms per grade, 3 dedicated ABS classrooms, and all general education classrooms inside the building, we could comfortably serve more students. And portables could just be reserved for support services, not core instruction. Ultimately, we're asking for the board to seriously consider other configurations and creative solutions. The current proposal feels like it was shaped around Bella Vista's size and location rather than the value of its programs, people, and potential. We understand difficult decisions must be made and that the school closures are on the horizon, but we also believe there are smarter, more equitable paths forward, especially if we think long-term about how schools will be rebuilt and how communities can be blended in a way that honors their identity and contributions. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Amanda May, then Ashley Davis, and then Elaine Nielsen.
Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to speak. My name is Amanda May. I represent myself, and I have 3 children attending Park Lane. In the last board meeting, Dr. Robbins mentioned that boosting student achievement and student engagement are main goals of the district. The culture at Park Lane contributes to meeting both of these goals. Our principal has done an amazing job of picking the right people for every corner of Park Lane. This is demonstrated by our RISE scores consistently being some of the top in the district. Our scores include our wonderful ACC population, which further highlights the amazing administration, faculty, and staff at Park Lane. As Vice President Oaks mentioned, high quality education should be our #1 goal. Unfortunately, research has shown that shuttering schools decreases student test scores and they take years to recover. Secondly, reducing chronic absenteeism was another goal presented by Dr. Robbins. Students' ability to get to and from school is a large factor impacting school attendance. Before and after school childcare is a lifeline to many families that have 2 working parents. Unfortunately, there are not a lot of options in Sandy for after school childcare. Of the 11 Sandy daycares that I called, only 3 offer pickup and drop off to Park Lane, and only 1
does it to Granite. These programs are difficult to get in and have long wait lists. By moving Park Lane students to Granite, working families will lose their after-school care due to the less centralized location. Even moving start and end times could jeopardize these programs' abilities to offer this as an option. Finally, Dr. Robbins mentioned reducing negative behaviors as a goal of the district. During the Truth and Taxation meeting, the board discussed the part of this tax increase was due to implementing vice principals into the elementary schools. The board mentioned that principals are being tasked with administrative duties and are unable to manage negative behaviors in the classroom. However, by combining Park Lane and Granite, you're increasing the caseload on the vice principals and putting more stress on the teachers. I'm almost done. If these are the district's main goals, how will the district combat the negative impacts of closing either of these schools? Canyons is a leader, and I know if we pause and take more community input, we can find a better solution. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next, we have Ashley Davis, Elaine Nielsen, and then Tessa Reese.
Hello, my name is Ashley Davis. I'm here as a Park Lane parent of 4 kids, and I'm asking you to keep our walkable neighborhood school open. My family moved here a few years ago because of Park Lane's excellent reputation. I heard about it over and over as I was walking through houses. I heard about its positive school culture, high academic scores, and inclusive environment. I'm a former elementary school teacher myself. I taught in Jordan School District, and I recognize an outstanding school culture when I see one. Going in Park Lane, I can tell over and over that this is an incredible school. It's really special. I know that if Granite families were to join us at our school, our community would welcome them with open arms and excitement. I'm one of the families that lives in Park Lane's boundaries, one of the furthest homes away. I have a 1st and 4th grader at the school currently, and they can bike uphill to school in less than 10 minutes. We have timed it because they really like stopwatches, and it's 7 minutes. And it's uphill, and we're the farthest ones away. And it's so wonderful for them to bike to school. They love it. Every day, dozens of families in our neighborhood walk to school. It's a huge reason that families love Park Lane. It brings people into our neighborhood. It doesn't make sense to take a high-performing, fully walkable school that requires zero general education buses and move all those students to Granite, where there are not safe routes with sidewalks for our kids to get to school. Walkable schools are invaluable. Research shows that students who get physical activity in before school are more alert, they're ready to learn, and they perform better academically. And I know our teachers want that. They start their day with less stress and they're in a better mood. It's a simple routine that sets a positive tone for the entire day. Socially, kids walking to school strengthens their neighborhoods. Families build friendships and kids build friendships as they go to school. Please remember that our kids live in a world of technology and screens, and they spend far less time outside and outdoors than they used to in the past. And anything that we can do to build a routine of daily movement and spending time outside into their lives is a huge win for us. Park Lane stands out as one of the most stable and viable schools to remain open. And I know that Park Lane will continue to attract young families to move here. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Elaine Nielsen, Tessa Reese, and Casey Reese.
Hello, my name is Ellie Nilsson, and I'm a paraprofessional at Bella Vista. As I'm new to this industry, I've been very bright at everything I've been learning and experiencing the last 4 years that I've been pleasured to work at Bella Vista. Something that I've been wondering is, I've noticed that the district keeps claiming that the budget is very tight, which is why there's leading to school closures. But like, I forget her name, someone else came up here and said there's been positions added to the district offices, and there's also been significant raises in the district offices, totaling to $1.7 million. So I'm confused why we don't have the money for the schools, for the kids, for the teachers teaching the students, but we have the money for people sitting up here. And that's all I wrote today. Thank you.
Next, we have Tessa Reese, Casey Reese, and Kayleen Carley.
Good evening. My name is Tessa Reese. I have 4 kids, 2 of which currently go to Park Lane, one that went to Park Lane, and one that will be in kindergarten next year. I'm actually really excited about combining Park Lane with Granite. I know a few families from Granite, and I'm really excited to grow our community, increase the number of friends at school, and increase the parent volunteers. I'm thankful for all of the work your committee is doing to
and putting into making the right decision. I do believe the Park Lane building is the right building for our combined school. One of the biggest reasons that I feel this way is I believe it is fiscally irresponsible to spend $144,000 per year on the 3 additional buses that would be needed to transport the current Park Lane students to the Granite building. $144,000 is a lot. I don't know how the red tape works with these things, but if we have an extra $144,000, I'd like to see that money go to the incredible teachers of both Park Lane and Granite. The teachers and administration are the heart of our schools, and they already don't get paid enough for the incredible things that they do. So to see $144,000 per year spent on transporting these kids past a viable school feels irresponsible. Maybe the money couldn't go to the teachers. Like I said, I don't know how the red tape works on things like this. But at the very least, the money could be saved and not spent at all. I would ask that if you have a moment at the end of this meeting, could you address this issue and let us know how the funding works? Could this money be spent on our teachers instead of transportation? Could it be saved? Or could some of these funds go toward a one-time expense of adjusting the Park Lane parking lot? My last comment is that I am very ready and willing to accept whichever building your committee deems the most responsible choice. But I would ask, for the sake of both Park Lane and Granite families, that when you present your final decision, that you make it very clear why you picked the school that you picked. If Granite's building truly is superior, fiscally and in every other way, then I will accept it. But right now, when I look at the pros and cons on paper, it doesn't look that way. So I think it would be very valuable if you can present us with a solid reasoning and fact when that time comes, so that we can come together in a great way instead of with angst. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Casey Reese, then Kayleen Carley, and then Amy Query.
Man, I'm the minority here. My name's Casey Reese. I'm with Park Lane, and I've learned a lot more reasons than I had before than just tonight. So I understand that the name of the committee that is looking at this school decision is called the Long Range Planning Committee. And that title obviously really matters, because you're not making a decision for the next year. You're obviously looking 5, 10, 20 years into the future. And I'm grateful that people like you think and have that vision for the district. And I think it shows that you've done a great job so far, because this district is flourishing. And generally, I think people are happy and kids are happy and safe and learning. However, if we look at the numbers, we have to acknowledge the most important question, and that is, what decision will serve the most kids ultimately? And Granite's enrollment has dropped nearly 30% in the last 7 years. And from what I understand, about 160 students now live within its boundaries. And that number will continue to go down as home prices continue to go up in a luxury neighborhood. Park Lane, on the other hand, our enrollments have more or less stabilized, and they're not decreasing anymore. Our home prices, although ridiculous, are more affordable compared to some of the other homes in the area. So when you think about what area will continue to actually grow with families, it will be Park Lane's area. And ultimately, having a school at the heart of a community like Park Lane, I think is just an amazing benefit that will continue to yield great results for families, for parents, for kids, and ultimately for the district as you look at the results. And so while I think about all the reasonings here, I know that emotionally it can get involved with what's fair, what's justified, and what's not. But ultimately, if you look at the logical standpoint, I believe that Park Lane's community serves more kids. And as a result, I think Park Lane should obviously be the choice. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Kayleen Carley, then Amy Query, and then Lisa Curtis, who will be representing a group.
All right, my name is Kayleen Carley. I have 2 students that go to Park Lane, and I'm also a professional real estate agent in Sandy for the last 15 years. I'd like to bring that perspective to point. The average home values is an argument that families with children are not moving into the area. Just so everyone knows, the median home price for Salt Lake County is $630,000 for a home, for a single family home. 42% of homes sold in the Park Lane boundaries are within that range between 500 and 700,000 versus Granite's 8%. Only 2 homes in Park Lane have sold over $1 million this year versus Granite's 58% of homes are sold over $1 million. So which area is going to bring in more families over the years? Families are moving into a walkable neighborhood where they expect to have a local elementary like Park Lane. I specifically have clients moving here from Australia and Florida for the Park Lane community and will not look outside of those boundaries. So I ask you, does it make sense to close the school where 42% of families can afford the homes, or to the 8%? Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Amy Query, then Lisa Curtis, who's representing a group, and then Lori Richardson.
Hi, I'm Amy. Just to kind of give you where I'm coming from a perspective, I do have 3 kids at Park Lane, and I love it, and I agree with a lot of comments made. However, my whole professional career has been over a decade of working with kids in special education. I currently teach future special educators in higher ed, and am finishing up my dissertation right now in a doctoral program, all related to research in special ed. So I've spent the majority of my professional career advocating really and speaking up for those who can't speak for themselves. And that's where my perspective is coming from today. I think that's really important for you to understand. You probably have heard some speak already about their personal experiences at the accommodated core classroom at Park Lane. From my background and experience and the research that goes into it is that we know that both classrooms from Granite and Park Lane, both of them are going to be disrupted and greatly. But I need you to understand that when these programs are dismantled and relocated, statistically and with personal stories, you've heard that those gains are seriously at risk. This decision needs to be made not lightly, it's weighted. We need to consider those disruptions of the consistent routines, the trusted teacher relationships, familiar peer groups. All of those things cause regression and anxiety for these students as they move. You have such great faculty buy-in and administrative support and a system and a program that works at Park Lane, and it sounds like it should just happen anywhere you move a program. I can tell you I've been in tons and tons of classrooms and schools, and it doesn't just happen. So I hope that you consider that even though 40 students at Park Lane isn't the majority, that you really consider that their education has never been about serving the majority. Federal law is about the individual. So I hope you take that in consideration and get some extra feedback on this decision to make moving those students. Thanks.
Thank you so much. Next, we have Lisa Curtis, then Lori Richardson, then Rebecca Hill. And Lisa is representing a group.
And I just want to clarify that group is the 4th grade teachers at Bella Vista. I've taught and worked at Bella Vista since 2012. I've taught 10 years, but I was a para for the years before that. In these years, Bella Vista's experienced chronic leadership turnover, and it's during my 13 years of time, I've had 8 principals, 2 of whom we only got for 1 year. 1 of them we only had for 4 months. Most recently, if we're just looking at a recent period of time, we've had 4 different principals in the last 4 years. I didn't know that other school. Agreed. It's hard. I want to highlight a contrast, though. Our neighboring schools have stable leadership. Butler's previous principal served from 2017 to 2024. Ridgecrest principal has been there for about 4 years now. In addition, Bella Vista has approximately 3 times the percentage of disadvantaged students compared to Butler. They are 14%, we are 39%, while Ridgecrest is around 30%. Those figures, to me, raise a serious question. Why has Bella Vista been treated as the district's revolving door? We've kind of referred to ourselves as a training ground for brand new principals. Get your feet wet for a year, then we'll give you your real school, is how it's felt to us. We were responsible to be the stability for our students. We house an academic behavior support unit.
Over the years, we've refined the methods, and just like the other schools successfully have mainstreamed them, and it's been a really successful. We've really prided ourselves on that and been told that we've been doing a good job. Unfortunately, though, it's come to our attention that over the years, there's been concerns in our community about the safety of their own students, so it has also served as a deterrent for people coming to our school. So the unstable leadership, we've raised concerns over the years. We've just been told it's happening everywhere, you're not alone, birth rates, declining enrollment, etc. Sure, other schools were also losing FTE, we believe that, but the response disregarded the degree to which Bella Vista was uniquely strained by repeated leadership turnover and the extreme staffing decisions that we were forced to operate under by being forced to go down to less than 2 teachers per grade level for the last 3 years. We just are asking that you give Bella Vista a fair shot. We ask for experienced principal and that you commit to us that they will be there for a multiple year placement. We recommend that you reconsider boundary moves that will send students to us. Those 100 Ridgecrest students that may not want to go to East Midvale, we'll take them. Let's balance out the numbers in our area. We all feed in the same school. If you choose to proceed with the closure, despite the comments you hear, and we kindly insist that there be a rebrand of Ridgecrest. We want a new name. We're okay with the Tigers. We are Tigers too. We insist that you provide a neutral, seasoned principal with the multi-year commitment, and you offer teachers as much choice and dignity as possible regarding our future employment. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Lori Richardson, Rebecca Hill, and Gioconda Velez, who is representing a group as well.
My son Rowan is 7 years old and was diagnosed with level 3 severe nonverbal autism at the age of 2, and he's here with me tonight, and he attends Granite Elementary. I want to talk about safety. Nearly half of all children with autism elope. When that happens near major roads, kids die. That's not speculation, that's our reality. Elopement is not a behavior problem, it's a safety emergency. Park Lane sits near 2 major roads. There is no protective buffer, no margin for error if a child runs out during a meltdown, and many do. There's no time for intervention. We're not just talking about fear, we're talking about the kind of grief that follows you for life. Granite, by contrast, offers distance, fencing, and natural barriers. It gives staff the seconds they need to respond and gives kids the chance to de-escalate without being in danger. Last year, a Utah student was found in the street after eloping from school. The board case ended in a letter of warning, and it could have ended much, much worse. The board at the last meeting said that it will do what's best for the majority, but I'm here to ask you, who's protecting the minority? Who is standing up for the kids that can't speak for themselves, but who absolutely deserve to be safe? Now, I want to talk about the human cost of disruption and transition. These students have already transitioned between schools. Granite is Rowan's 4th school. ECC students thrive on routine and trusted adults. When you strip that away, you're not just changing their classroom, you're changing their sense of safety and belonging and slowing progress. It causes regression, meltdowns, and emotional distress that can take months to recover. The staff at Granite knows these children. They are trained, they built trust. That continuity is worth more than any logistical advantage you think Park Lane offers. This isn't just a move, it's trauma. Please don't shuffle these kids because it's easier on a spreadsheet. Their progress, their comfort, their care, that's human life and it matters. This doesn't only affect ECC students and their quality of life, it also affects parents and siblings. Did you know that suicide rates skyrocket in parents who have children with autism? Studies have shown up to 50% increases in suicidal thoughts, ideations, behaviors, attempts. Rowan's dad, Kelly, took his own life just 6 months ago. He's now a statistic. I no longer have a husband. The stresses, difficulties, and hardships these transitions cause for ECC students, our babies, as well as our families as a whole, goes much, much deeper than you can imagine. It causes fractures, and they can be irreparable damage that you don't see or can even begin to understand. Thank you.
Great. Again, please no applause. Thank you. Next, we have Rebecca Hill, Gioconda Velez, and Michael Query.
Good evening. I'm here in support of Granite Elementary, and I would love you to keep our school open. At first, when I thought about addressing you, I thought about all the pros of our school, such as walking my son to kindergarten next year and stopping by grandma's on the way home, and my neighbors commenting about how they love hearing the students out at recess. However, while I've reflected on the hard decision you have in regards to closing an elementary school and what I should say, I ultimately wanted to voice my sadness.
I know it's not an easy decision, but I feel like the way it's been proposed has pitted Granite and Park Lane to fight it out and see who can make the better argument. Rather than unifying our efforts to have both schools support one another, it feels like you are setting us up for a winner or a loser. As a result, I'm not sure how anyone can feel good about the outcome of your final decision. There are some logistics, like working with Sandy City to ensure there are reasonable sidewalks between the two buildings, that need to be done before anything can progress. However, I highly encourage you to rethink this decision and come to a conclusion that can actually unify these two communities rather than cause conflict. I commend you for going to the schools last week and listening to the faculty members and their comments and concerns, as they are the ones who you need the buy-in for whatever decision is made. As we as a Granite community have worked hard to foster an environment of inclusivity and caring for one another, and we hope to continue that. Yet as I hear comments, I'm amazed at the misinformation that is being spread, and I feel that our Granite voice is being lost in the sea of arguments, as we're having not only to fight for our school, but also to fight our community from getting split. I would love for you to postpone this decision for another year and reconfigure your approach, rather than letting the arguments continue, which ultimately divide us rather than unify us. Thank you.
Next, we have Gioconda Velez, who's representing a group, then Michael Query, then Brianne England.
Just to be clear, for a group, is it still 2 minutes?
It's 3 minutes per group.
Thank you. My name is Gioconda Velez, and I am the 4th and 5th grade ACC teacher at Park Lane Elementary, and I'm representing the ACC teachers from that school. And I gave you guys copies of my PowerPoint, but I won't be going over all the information. But I just wanted to start off with last year in 2024-2025, 12 out of 43 ACC students in K through 5th grade mainstream for academic subjects. That is 28%, a little over a quarter of our students moving fluidly in and out of general education classrooms. That is extraordinary. That is a lot of minutes. Our kids know each other, general education student and ACC students, by name. And in 6 years of working in education and 10 years working with adults with disabilities from Utah County to Salt Lake County, I was an employment specialist, recreation director, and day program service provider, as well as group home manager for adults with disabilities for 10 years before going into education. I've never seen something more beautiful than being able to walk into a 4th grade general education classroom in Mrs. Mitchell's class and not be able to, and this is science, and not be able to identify who the general education students are and who the ACC students are. And I realize we have a hard decision to make because we are comparing two special education programs. My degree is in severe special education from the University of Utah. I have a master's. And this is my life's passion. And I'm telling you, in all my experience, I have never seen something more beautiful when you cannot identify who is who. This is students learning rigorous academic subjects together. And it's astounding. I love working for Canyon School District. This is my heart. I poured 6 years into this job since coming out of COVID as a student teacher in a lead teaching position. And I'm very passionate about this, and so are the other ACC teachers that were there before me for more than 10 plus years. And we collaborate so much with our resource teacher, moving students up and down in these programs. We have a transdisciplinary approach at Park Lane. This is what this means is we work as a team to collaborate with team members, related service providers, and we share input, and we just make sure that our students are making progress, which leads me to this graph right here. It is absolutely impossible to compare elementary schools to one another because there are so many different elements. There's Title I schools and English language immersion and SALTA programs, but what we can do is we can compare our whole school outcomes in ELA, math, and science. And I'm not a huge person on the statistics of RISE scores. I know they're important, but when you look at whole school outcomes and you look at patterns among our ACC programs, we have something really special at Park Lane Elementary that I haven't seen in all my experience. I just want to say that it is our smart general educators, our related service providers, and the community that supports these ACC kids that makes it so successful. We should be using that as a model when we try to configure and find new ACC placements for students in our district. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Next, we have Michael Query, then Brianne England, and then Brandy List.
Hi, good evening, board members. I'm a parent of 3 Park Lane students, soon to be 4, and I'm also a 12-year CEO of an engineering firm where I spend a lot of my time in long-term planning and expectation management through difficult decision-making. The 4 recommendations in the long-range planning committee's boundary study proposal fail to qualify as long-range planning. The data is clear. After implementing recommendations 1 and 2 and closing Bella Vista and then combining Park Lane and Granite, you still have 6 schools that are operating 25% below the low end of acceptable capacity. These recommendations fail to address the core issues the district faces for the next year, let alone the next 5 to 10. What I would like to, and there's options that aren't being considered. Willow Canyon and Granite have the same statistical population volume and the same shrinkage trend. Why is Willow Canyon not being considered for closure? That would keep sensitive EEC at Granite and flourishing ACC at Park Lane, as you've already heard. Combining Park Lane and Granite in the same building will not have an equal impact in the feeder relationship from Albion going to Brighton and Eastmont going to Jordan. This will not cut both ways. Students will be more likely to go to already strong Albion than they will to go to the weakened or the vulnerable Eastmont Jordan feeder. Whispers of a new elementary construction deserve to be heard transparently by your constituents. We deserve the right to vote on bond sale funding. Therefore, I request that one of you add an agenda item for next meeting to postpone the action on the boundary study for recommendations 2 through 4 for the long-range planning committee, while the long-range planning committee completes an actual comprehensive 5-year plan. This plan should project elementary enrollment through 2030. The current plan only shows the next 9 months. It should determine optimal number and configuration of schools for long-term sustainability, and it should be presented by March of 2026 for decision in 27-28. That adds an additional year of operating expenses, I get it. But you have the authority to direct more thorough planning, and you have the obligation to create vision and present that to your constituents. Would one of you please add that to next meeting's agenda tonight?
Thank you. Now we have Brianne England, Brandy List, and Laura Miller.
Hi, I live in the Raintree neighborhood, the area that has been proposed to move from Granite Elementary to Willow Canyon and from Albion Middle School to Eastmont. I myself grew up attending Granite, and my husband and I both attended Albion and Brighton. These schools played a big role in shaping who we are. We deliberately chose to buy our home in our neighborhood so our children could attend those same schools. However, the proposed boundary changes would remove the children in my neighborhood from Granite and Albion. Rather than choosing to align our high school boundary to match our current elementary and middle school, this proposal uproots our children from every school community they know. After the proposed boundary changes were presented, one committee member stated, "We tried to balance these changes so that one community was not impacted more than another. But respectfully, it feels like our children are bearing a disproportionate burden of these changes. Our kids stand to lose their schools, their friends, and their communities. And for what? To add our small amount of students to Eastmont and Jordan High School. Meanwhile, other schools remain fully intact. While they worry about a longer walk or possible bus ride, our children face the loss of their classmates, teachers, and shared history. They are losing the sense of belonging that comes from seeing familiar faces year after year, from siblings attending the same schools, and from being part of a community. That does not feel balanced. We are more than just roads and houses on a map to be moved. We are real families and real children with established connections and feelings. For me personally, I have a 7th grade son who already has a strong friends group at Albion through school lacrosse and basketball programs, a 10-year-old who plays many sports for Brighton, and a 1st grader who has attended events at Granite since he was a baby. It's the only school he knows. I have lived in the area long enough to know that my neighborhood was not placed at Granite and Albion of their choice. That was the district's choosing, and our kids do not deserve to be negatively impacted at this time by that. We are not asking to stay where it is convenient. We are asking to stay where our children feel they belong.
Thank you. Next, we have Brandy List, who is representing a group, then Laura Miller, then Danielle Buhner.
I'm representing the Granite EEC teachers, and I want to say, first of all, thank you to the Long Range Planning Committee
for keeping Granite's EEC program with the general education population. The faculty and staff at Granite truly see our EEC students as gen ed students first, which they should. The students at Granite all have significant relationships with each other, the EEC and our gen ed students, because we truly have a culture of inclusion. From day one, EEC students are in all opportunities of inclusion that they can be. When we talk about kids moving, kids in my class, they've gone to one school for preschool. They've gone to DK, which has now been closed. Some of them went to Willow Canyon, which has now been closed. Now they go to Granite. If they go to Park Lane, that'll be their 5th school through no fault of their own. That's a lot of schools for kids who have a really hard time moving routines. So for the EEC teachers, our real concerns are on the outside of the grounds, and they're really accessibility, inclusivity, and safety. Around accessibility, the parking lot's been mentioned, so I'm not going to talk about that. It's the hill to the field, because it's not ADA accessible to any student, EEC or otherwise, that has a disability that makes it difficult to walk up the hill. And it could be beyond a wheelchair. This could include vision impairment, slow muscle tone, or even severe asthma. So that could be any gen ed student as well. Any school activities that would be held on that field without ADA accessible would be a denial of equal access. Second of all, as Kelly mentioned, Park Lane is closer to 2 roads than Granite is because we have more buffers there. Students with intellectual and developmental disabilities and autism spectrum disorder are all statistically more likely to elope, which definitely puts them at greater risk for traffic incidents, and putting us closer to a road. Putting us closer to a road just puts us at more likelihood of a traffic incident and a student getting into the road. My third point is inclusivity at recess. Inclusivity is one of our most important times for my EEC students because this is when they just get to play with their friends. They are just out there with their grade level peers, playing. They're learning social skills, they're interacting, they're learning how to play games. Granite has several areas where we have large mature trees, and the CDC does recommend shade because it promotes inclusivity for heat-related conditions, and several EEC students do have heat-related conditions. And so it would limit their areas for interaction with peers. So I'm asking to keep Granite open because it's more accessible outside, it's safer, and it's more inclusive for our students outside as well. Thank you.
Next, we have Laura Miller, then Danielle Buhner, and then Aubrey Cornelius.
Hi, my name is Laura Miller. I'm representing Granite's ECC. Upon hearing from one of the board members, I was encouraged to hear that many of the concerns I raised about accessibility, safety, and the well-being of our ECC students was acknowledged by the board from my many emails. It's clear that you understand the importance of these issues, and I'm grateful for that. However, that still weighs heavy is how these changes are going to impact these students at a deeply personal level. The ECC students at Granite have built strong, trusting relationship with their teachers, clearly, with their peers, as well as with their emotional and academic success. Moving them to a school that isn't equipped to support them properly isn't just a logistical issue. It's a decision that risks their emotional security and their future progress. I urge you to consider the profound value of keeping these students with the faculty who understand their needs, peers who've formed bonds, and supportive environment where they've come to depend on. In addition, there are financial implications to consider. Moving these students to a different school will require additional transportation costs, and the retrofit of the facilities at Park Lane to meet ADA standards, costs that are not required at Granite, which already provide an accessible, supportive environment for these students. Keeping ECC students at Granite is not only the right decision emotionally, but it's also fiscally responsible choice for the district. So today, I'm asking you to please prioritize the emotional and educational well-being at Granite, where they feel safe, supported,
And it's not just about convenience, but it's doing what's best for these kids. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Danielle Buhner, Aubrey Cornelius, and then Mary Bailey.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. My name is Danielle Biener. I'm representing myself. My family lives in the Raintree Village that was previously mentioned that is being moved out of both elementary and middle schools. I have deep roots at Granite Elementary and Albion Middle. I frequently volunteer and sub at Granite, so I see firsthand how this school creates a sense of safety, stability, and belonging for students and families. My daughter is a 7th grader at Albion. I have 3 sons at Granite in 5th, 2nd, and kindergarten, and a preschool-aged boy at home. My top priority is to remain as part of the Granite and Albion communities. I support the consolidation of Granite Elementary and Park Lane Elementary. I just want my neighborhood to be included in that combined boundary so that our children can stay with the peers and teachers that they know. If that isn't possible, we urge the board to adopt a grandfathering plan, allowing students already enrolled to finish in their current schools with younger siblings able to follow them. This single step could spare many students from the most disruptive effects of boundary change. In our area, there are many 7th graders at Albion who would otherwise be uprooted before their final year with the teachers and friends who've guided them. Likewise, there are many 5th graders at Granite who have been looking forward to starting middle school with their siblings and classmates who would instead face the challenge of entering a new school building without those connections. Grandfathering would protect these pivotal transitions and preserve continuity for families. While this doesn't solve every challenge in the proposal, it demonstrates that the district prioritizes student well-being alongside logistics, and it would help maintain families' trust in the process. I want to point out that the unmade decision on which building will be selected for the Granite Park Lanes consolidation has created unnecessary tension between the two communities, which is the opposite of the unity that this consolidation is meant to foster. These aren't just boundary lines on a map. They represent children's friendships, their academic progress, and their sense of stability. Keeping us included in the new consolidated boundary, or at least grandfathering families in, will minimize disruption and help children thrive through the transition. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Aubrey Cornelius, then Mary Bailey, and then Lacey Haycock.
Thank you, Chair and members of Canyon School District Board, for the opportunity to address you tonight. My name is Aubrey Cornelius. I'm a parent of a 1st and 3rd grader at Bella Vista Elementary School and an active member of the school community, and I'm representing myself. First and foremost, I am seeking greater clarity on the financial estimates surrounding this decision. I and others have heard varying figures about potential savings, but without detailed breakdowns, including costs for student relocation, facility maintenance, transportation adjustments, and long-term impacts on district resources, it's difficult to fully understand the rationale. Transparency in these numbers is crucial, especially given the board's long-standing commitment to open communication with the community. We believe that sharing this information openly would help build trust and ensure that any decision is based on solid, verifiable data. Moreover, our community feels that this closure process is moving far too quickly. Bella Vista has been a cornerstone of our neighborhood for decades, fostering a nurturing environment where students thrive academically, socially, and emotionally. Rushing into this without adequate time for input and alternatives risks disrupting our children's education and well-being. It doesn't seem that their best interests are being fully prioritized in this accelerated timeline. We've seen the emotional toll already. Kids anxious about losing their friends and familiar teachers, families worried about longer commutes and overcrowded classrooms elsewhere. That being said, we are not here to oppose change outright. Our community is committed to working collaboratively with the board and district staff to find a resolution that benefits everyone involved. Whether through town halls, working groups, or joint planning sessions, we are eager to contribute ideas and explore options and preserve the spirit of Bella Vista while addressing any fiscal challenges. In light of these concerns, I urge the board to delay any final decision on the closure until a clear, comprehensive plan can be developed and agreed upon, one that incorporates community feedback, detailed financial transparency, and safeguards for our students' futures. By taking this step, we can ensure a thoughtful process that honors the district values and strengthens our schools for generations to come. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Next, we will hear from Mary Bailey, then Lacey Haycock, and then Elizabeth Reed.
My name is Mary Bailey. I currently have 4 students attending Bella Vista Elementary. I am a former teacher, a consistent substitute at Bella Vista, and an active PTA member. I am concerned about the effects closing Bella Vista will have on the student, staff, and community. My youngest daughter has dealt with a lot of school anxiety. I want to make sure that the changes you are proposing are in the best interest of not only her, but the many other students who this will affect. Your plans to merge Bella Vista with Ridgecrest have left out one of the most vulnerable groups of children within the district, those in the ABS program. The students in the ABS program are a vital part of our Bella Vista school community. They currently have a solid support group of friends and mentors. My children know the kids who are in the ABS program and have become their friends. Not having the ABS program move with the rest of the students in Bella Vista could be considered discrimination against those who need the additional behavioral support. These children need to stay with their support group, both mentors and peers. If your intent is to keep entire schools together, you have to include the ABS program as part of Bella Vista. Today, I propose 2 alternative options to closing Bella Vista that I believe would better serve all of the students, including those in the ABS program. My first suggestion is to build a brand new school that adequately houses all of the students from Ridgecrest and Bella Vista, including those in the ABS program. The lot Bella Vista sits on is huge. You could easily build a new school while Bella Vista and Ridgecrest remain as they currently are. My other suggestion would be to rebound surrounding schools and move more students to Bella Vista. In this situation, Bella Vista could continue to house the ABS program. According to the study you conducted, Bella Vista's FCI is only 38.28%. As a parent, I do not understand why you would choose to close a building that is in really good condition while keeping open multiple buildings in terrible condition. I would like to invite the board members to meet with the parent advocates of Bella Vista on an intimate level to have an adult conversation that would provide answers to questions and concerns. I am certain that together, parents and board members can come up with positive solutions that would benefit all students, communities, and Canyons District.
Thank you. Next, we have Lacey Haycock, Elizabeth Reed, and then Cody McConkey.
Hi, thank you board members for hearing us out. My name is Lacey Haycock. I have 2 girls currently at Park Lane and a son who is now in 7th grade. The decision whether to keep the Park Lane building or the Granite building will impact students for years and years into the future. Your decision should be based on which building will be the most beneficial to the highest number of students. Wouldn't it be nice to be able to peer into the future and see what our neighborhoods will look like and where the students will live? Well, we can. We can because Canyons District paid Applied Economics LLC to do an in-depth analysis of demographic trends in our neighborhoods. This study, published in December 2023, is less than 2 years old, and the findings are remarkable and extremely relevant. Here's what the study found. Between 2020 and 2030, the study predicts that the Granite area will lose 49 kids. That's 8% of its enrollment. The study predicts that during the same time period, Park Lane will lose 6 kids, 6. This is not surprising at all. The Park Lane neighborhood has smaller homes, less expensive homes, and simply more conducive to families with elementary-age children. We are now halfway through the decade that the study analyzed, and just as the study predicted, Park Lane's enrollment is stable. In fact, our 2025 kindergarten class is larger than our 2024 kindergarten class. Young families continue to move into our neighborhood. Granite, on the other hand, continues to see steep declines in enrollment, just as the study predicted. This school year, there are only about 160 Granite students who actually live within the Granite boundaries. This isn't surprising at all because of the extremely high cost of homes in the Granite neighborhood. This study's predictions appear to be highly accurate. It's a fantastic resource. You paid for it, and it only makes sense that you should rely on the study's findings when deciding on which school to keep open. That same study looked at the service rate of every elementary school, the percentage of elementary kids within the school's boundaries that actually enrolled in the district school. Granite's service rate is 60.9%. Park Lane's service rate is 87.9%. That's 27 percentage points difference between Granite and Park Lane is enormous. This data shows that the Park Lane neighborhood is simply more invested in public education than the Granite neighborhood. It's that simple. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Now we have Elizabeth Reed, Cody McConkey, and then Michael Adams, who will be representing the group.
My name's Elizabeth Reed, and I am so lucky to be a parent of a Park Lane Panther, an Eastmont Patriot, and a Jordan Beet Digger. We are deeply concerned about the potential closure of Park Lane Elementary. Closing Park Lane will not only displace our students, but also create significant challenges for our feeder schools and communities that they serve. One of the strengths of Canyon districts has been the sense of choice and flexibility for families. However, in our neighborhood, that choice has already created division as families split between schools outside their natural feeder system. If Park Lane is closed and its students are redistributed to other elementaries, that problem will only worsen. Eastmont Middle and Jordan High are working hard to build strong reputations and school spirit. I actually went to all 3 of the schools as well. They need the support and involvement of Park Lane families to thrive. Splitting our community and sending our children to other elementaries undermines that effort and weakens the continuity our students desperately need. Park Lane Elementary itself is more than just a building. It's a heart of our neighborhood. Its traditions, like the annual fun run where the Jordan High track team comes to run alongside our students, demonstrates the deep bonds that are already connecting our schools. Watching high school athletes encourage and support elementary students is an inspiring reminder of why feeder patterns matter. Jordan High in particular needs Park Lane families to help build momentum. My own beat digger is a freshman at Jordan preparing to try out for the Jordan High baseball team this spring. Jordan is known across the valley as a standout program for their baseball, yet our community struggles with the mixed reputation of the school itself, especially as facilities like the baseball field have fallen into disrepair. As one mom expressed at the last board meeting, we aren't asking for fluff, just safe, well-kept spaces where athletes and students can thrive and feel proud to represent Jordan. Closing Park Lane would only compound the issue by weakening the feeder system that can lift Jordan back. We respectfully ask you to keep Park Lane open and allow its students to remain together as they continue into Eastmont and Jordan. Strong schools grow strong feeder patterns, and our neighborhood deserves the chance to continue building that strength. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Cody McConkey, then Michael Adams, and then Christy Delaney.
Hi, thank you. I'm Cody McConkey. I'm a parent of 2 current Park Lane Panthers and 2 who will be attending in future years. I understand that declining enrollment is a serious problem and that sometimes it becomes necessary to combine schools. I have tremendous respect for the difficult decisions facing this board. Of the 28 elementary schools in the district, the 3 smallest are Bella Vista, Granite, and Willow Canyon. Sadly, enrollment at these 3 schools has shrunk to a point where they are no longer sustainable. It makes perfect sense that tiny Bella Vista, who I love dearly and my husband is an alum, will be merged into the much larger Ridgecrest Elementary. Similarly, it would make perfect sense for Granite or Willow Canyon to be merged into the much larger Park Lane. We are simply looking for logical reasoning that has been used in the decision-making in Cottonwood Heights to be applied in Sandy as well. Park Lane has much higher enrollment than Granite. Park Lane is a centrally located school in the heart of a walkable, bikeable, middle-class neighborhood that will continue to attract young families with children. Park Lane's enrollment is stable and even growing, with a larger kindergarten class this year than last year, one of which my kindergartner is in Miss Katie Walker's magical kindergarten class. With my remaining time, I'd like to call an audible and scrap my prepared remarks and just commit as a parent. I'm moved by these parents, how much they love their children, the beautiful children in the room. And so regardless of the board's decision, I want you to know that these Granite and Park Lane communities will come together. We will support both the majority and the minority. And we just plead with you to make the best decision for our teachers, for our faculty, and most of all, for our beloved children. And regardless of the decision you make, I want you to know that this community, both Park Lane and Granite, is strong, and that we will always do what's best for our children. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Michael Adams, and then Christy Delaney is the last individual to speak for this evening. And Michael is representing a group.
My name is Michael Adams. I'm a professional engineer and a professional transportation operations engineer. I live in this pocket surrounded by Highland and Eastdale, 23rd East, and 94th and 98th again. In particular, I live in the little 4 circles at the far northeast corner of that area. I've looked at the hazardous walking route and evaluation form that's been on the district's website, and I filled it out for some of these different options. And as I was looking at that, I tried keeping an open mind, but as I live in the area, I was able to recognize some of the issues in the area. Additionally, as an engineer, I've worked on a project recently where we looked at 9400 South and I was able to see recent traffic data, safety issues, crash data in the area. And as part of that, I can say that it doesn't take an engineer to figure this out, but there's a lot of crashes at 13th East
and Highland Drive, crossing 94th. After that, traffic drops significantly as it goes towards Eastdale and farther up the hill. Anyway, as I filled out these evaluation forms, the district's website notes show that if, at least this was some years ago, with a score of 36, they don't get a bus route. If it's, anyway, whatever. The scores I came up with were for Granite, it would be a 63. Park Lane for our area would be like roughly a 38. Willow Canyon would be 94. And then I also looked at Quail Hollow Elementary School because our son goes to Albion and it's really not that far away. So that had a score of 33 or 37 depending on this area. I understand that there's some scores that could be discussed, whatever, but that's the idea. Basically, for our little pocket, it doesn't make sense from a safety standpoint to go to Willow Canyon. Even for those that are within that 1.5 mile distance, we would have, basically our whole area right there would need to be bused to Willow Canyon. The safest routes just to walk are, again, Park Lane or even to Quail Hollow, which is crossing 94th, but doesn't feel as much of a safety issue as it is at Highland Drive. Okay, anyway, I suggest looking at boundaries that would allow more students to be able to walk and ride their bikes closer to schools rather than passing by these other schools that are closer and sending us farther away. Thank you.
Thank you. And last for this evening, we have Christy Delaney.
We're almost there. Hi, my name is Christy Delaney. I am the BTS Visual Arts teacher at Bella Vista Elementary. In addition to teaching at Bella Vista, I have had 2 children go through the school, and I have taught many neighbors throughout my 9 years of working there. It is a small school, and I think that's what makes it amazing. Teachers know every student and have a relationship with students across all grades that you just don't see in larger schools. Most class sizes are smaller and allow for a student experience that is different from that of a larger school. As a parent, I appreciate our small neighborhood school and knew my children would thrive in that setting, and I know many other parents who feel the same way. At Bella Vista, we have 3 classrooms of special education ABS students with needs that are easier met at our smaller school. Every ABS student in our school is successfully mainstreaming with their grade level peers. This is only possible because we have a smaller school. Successful mainstreaming takes time. Over years, our students have worked hard to become comfortable with their peers and build relationships that allow them to integrate more easily. The board's plan to close Bella Vista and consolidate into Ridgecrest doesn't allow for our ABS students to go along with them. This is simply unacceptable. Every Bella Vista student should be thought of in this decision, and frankly, it seems discriminatory to exclude our ABS students when they've worked so hard to be successful where they are. I understand our school has been low in enrollment. However, the teachers and staff of Bella Vista have asked the district for help time and time again. Over my 9 years in Bella Vista, we've had 5 principals. We've repeatedly had FTE cut and reduced the number of teachers at our school. This has resulted in our community looking to put their children in other schools that appear more stable and fully staffed. All the while, our teachers and staff have become a tight team, supporting each other and continuing to work hard to make our school the best it can be to attract new students, even winning the title of a national blue ribbon school. Yet the district continues to move administration quickly through our school, take up classroom space for the preschool program, and ignore our pleas for boundary changes that would help boost our enrollment. While we all understand the board's position of wanting to be responsible with their money, it feels like Bella Vista has never been given a fair shot. I am asking the board to reconsider closing Bella Vista and instead move some more students our way. We have the capacity to have 12 classrooms, and at the district's guidelines of 25 students per classroom, we could have a school enrollment of 300 students with 2 grade teacher level teachers and an additional ABS grade level teacher. This would allow our ABS students to continue to be successful in the school they are comfortable in with students and teachers they have relationships with. Our school building is in good shape and was recently upgraded. Closing it would be a waste of tax dollars that were approved by a bond. Give Bella Vista a fair chance. There's real value in small schools.
Thank you. All right, we want to thank everyone again who came out to speak to the board. We appreciate your time, and we've all taken notes, and we'll continue to listen. Please feel free to continue to communicate with us via email and at the meetings that will be held at your school communities here this month. Okay, we will now move on to the consent agenda portion of our meeting. Would anyone like to make a motion to approve the consent agenda? And in doing so, will you list out each item separately?
I move to approve the consent agenda. Item A, approval of minutes for September 16th, 2025. Item B, approval of hire and termination reports. Item C, approval of purchasing bids. Item D, approval of SCC exemption for Gold Miner's Daughter and LSA for the 25-26 school year.
Thank you. Is there a second to that motion?
I'll second that motion.
Great. Is there any discussion to the motion? Okay, all in favor, say aye. Aye. That motion passes unanimously. Okay, next we will move to the new business portion of the meeting where we will hear from Leanne Wilcox, Business Administrator, going over Long-Range Planning Committee update small capital process.
Thank you, Mrs. Oaks, and again, we certainly appreciate all the many patrons who came and spoke with us tonight. We certainly take your input and appreciate all the information that we're trying to gather in this difficult process. What we're trying to do here is just go over our process for small capital. It's not the proposed projects. I want to emphasize that for next summer, but we're still trying to gather those and look at options with those, but it's the process, how we go about doing that. And also, I think it should be somewhat retitled as we look at, more of our rotation of our fields, mainly at our high schools and our roofs and our basketball courts and things of that nature. So just to give you an outlook of that. So, and Derek, does this go like this? Okay. So what we do, there we go, thank you. What we do is facilities gets they're constantly reviewing every building and every site, and they're getting their list of improvements that need to be done. And keep in mind, we always have far, far, far more needs than we have dollars available to make these improvements. But we look at risk and ADA factors, flooring, carpet, tile, roofs, parking lots, kitchens, irrigation, fields, maintenance, then maintenance such as our boilers, our HVAC system, chillers, electrical needs, plumbing needs as well. We also get with school performance, who gets with each of their principals, and we look at what they would like, and that is more cosmetic inside. I would say the facility is more of the backbone, what they're looking at. So they're looking at more of, again, carpet, but also would look at millwork, some remodeling, restrooms that need to be upgraded, storage spaces, things of that nature. So we take those lists and then we combine them together. And the biggest problem is always our budget. We have about $4 to $5 million. We look at spending on these. We really need to be in that 7 to 8 million to really get going, but we only have 4 to 5. And that's really, with the construction costs going up, that really limits at what we can do. But we get the list and we start prioritizing things, and we always look at one, student safety. What needs to be repaired to keep our students safe. That's always our top priority. Then we look for comfort and learning. So that could be more of a chiller, a boiler, something like that needs to be replaced. We also try to give priority to elementary schools, and Bella Vista, Park Lane, Granite, all fall within that have not been rebuilt. And also to elementary schools that have not received an upgrade for some time. So we try to spread that $4 to $5 million out best we can. It does not always go it never goes as far as we'd like. So once we get that list as a team, then we take it to the long-range planning committee, then we bring it to the board. We'll try to do that by December, and then with your okay, we'll start going out to bids and designing these projects, and then beginning on them when the school year ends. If something can begin in May, a few weeks before the school year ends, then we'll start it then. And lots of them, like Indian Hills Band Room that we're doing this year, is wrapping up, but many of those will go into the next school year with that. So that's the process in a whole that way, okay? One of the things that we also want to look at is just, rotations. And that is our turf. We'll start with our stadium fields, our turf fields. Rick and I
Rick stepped out, but we always laughed that, when we were in high school and played football, we never thought of playing on turf. We actually had my school, we actually had to chase the cows off the field before we could play. But times have changed and everybody has turf fields, but they have to be replaced every 10 to 12 years. And it's really based on usage. That's the biggest thing. We have teams that go deep into the playoffs every year. We have teams that play lacrosse and soccer on them, practices. Weather can play a big factor, and also what's underneath it. We have an underlying base. Alta has an issue with their base that's underneath that. But you can see where the fields were last replaced. Hillcrest done this past summer. Corner's done a couple years ago. Our next one, to replace the turf field's about $650,000. We're looking at either Brighton or Alta for next summer, and then the one we don't do would be the summer after that. But again, that's, a rotation. We probably about have to do a field every 2 years with five high schools, to do that 10-year rotation phase there. Also, one of the things that we've tried to be blessed with here is building the field houses. So each of our high schools will have a field house by the end of this year when Jordan's is complete, as Kelsey Kemp said. But you can see their turf will actually last longer. That could go up to 15, 16 years because it's protected by the weather, no sun or snow. But you can see where they are. Again, we'll be in pretty good shape with our indoor turf fields, for at least the rest of this decade. Another big one is that we're trying to that we've worked on over the last decade is post-tension tennis courts. Let me just tell you what post-tension is. It's you put down steel cables, and then you pour the concrete over that, and then you tighten the cables. And that creates a flexible surface that really will last for 30+ years. And so all of our 5 high schools have 8 tennis courts. You need 8 to be able to play in the region and host the region and state tournaments. So all of them have the required 8. All of our post-tension, and you can see when we've done the post-tension in each of the schools there, except for Alta. If you look at their 4 east courts, they are not post-tension. And there is a big difference. If you walk over there at Alta, you can see they actually have cracks in it. They're probably okay for another year or so, but they will need to be replaced, and certainly we want to go to post-tension with those to get that lifetime savings. I don't know when these 4 on the east side were done in the Jordan days, so I don't know when they were created then, but it will cost quite a bit of money to do post-tension for those 4 courts. We're looking at about $750,000 there. One of the things that many schools are doing, and that I'd like to see us do, is go to post-tension stadium tracks. So when we did Hillcrest track this year, again, it's the same thing. It will last, you're putting in the cables, it will last 30+ years with just a simple resurface every 5 or 6 years. But when we did Hillcrest track this past summer, we made it post-tension for that reason. And so we'd like to go to that route. It's going to take probably a decade to get the other 4 high schools done. But, when we do reinstall a track, we'd like to make it post-tension. So, to do that, it's about another $300,000 to do that at each of our schools, remaining 4 schools. One of the things that we've also looked at and we've heard, and we appreciate it being brought, is the baseball field, particularly at Jordan. Baseball, soccer fields, softball fields as well, get impacted by irrigations and use. And, everybody's wearing cleats, that tears up grass. But, we try to keep them maintained as best we can with our facilities and our custodial departments as well as our coaches. But you can see where we've done with those. So Alta's field, we redid that in 2022, both the softball and baseball. We always try to do them together to make sure we maintain Title IX requirements. Brighton and Hillcrest, we did all their fields as part of the rebuild in 2021. This past summer, as you know, with all the irrigation issues we had at Corner Canyon and with the turf, the inability to really grow the grass there on the clay we put in turf fields, again, all three, soccer, softball, and baseball. We'd like to look at that at Jordan High over the next couple of years, how we can go turf to those fields. We know we can do, part of the project that we're doing now is to do new locker rooms and concession stands for the softball, but we'd like to look, we probably won't be able to do it next summer, but at some time in the next couple of years, adding that turf to those fields, to those areas there. Probably won't do the soccer field because that's in really good shape and good grass, but and they seem to really like that. But the baseball and softball field there. So overall, outside of Jordan, our fields are, in pretty good shape, and so we commend everybody who helps take care of those. Another one is our gym floors. Gym floor will last us about 30 years, but we refinish them every 1 to 2 years. But then every 10 years or 12 years or so, we have to sand it. So we take off all the finish coats that we put on, sand it down, repaint it, and then finish it again. And so you can see where we are with our floors there. We just did Alta's and Brighton's and Hillcrest, of course, are new. Jordan's floor is original in '96. They'd sanded that down in 2020 as the second time that was sanded. It's still in good condition, and we still think we'll get another 5 or so years out of that, but it's something that we have to keep on our radar long term, because that's a fairly $1.5 million or so bill to replace a gym floor with that. So just to keep that out there, may even be $2 million now. And also our middle schools. Again, all the middle schools are, from the first bond in 2010, we rebuilt or remodeled many middle schools. The one floor that we know we need to replace in the next couple of years, not 5 years, but the next couple of years, is Indian Hills. That goes back to several, we believe that's has only been, we don't have any really records on it from the Jordan days. We don't know if that's the original floor or has been replaced once, but it does need work there. All the others, pretty good shape, are new there. So, but we will have to watch Indian Hills in the coming years. Also, our roofs, a big thing, a big ticket item. Again, with the product we put on them now, they can go about 30 plus years. All our secondary schools are actually in good shape with their roofs. Many of them, Jordan's been replaced, Eastmont was replaced, other schools were new. We are looking at elementary schools there. These would be the next three, Brookwood, Oak Hollow, Sprucewood. The warehouse also needs a new roof. Right now, we think all these are in good enough condition for another year or two, so we don't plan on replacing any next summer. So when you get the list, there won't be any roofs on that. So that just gives you an overall view and flavor of where we're at with our process and the rotation, mainly on these big, I'll call them backbones of the buildings on that. So any questions on that? Okay, we'll work on, again, bringing that list. Okay. Go on next area.
So there's no questions or comments? Okay. Good job, Leon. This is really helpful, actually, to see this. I know I'm one of the board members who requested to see how this process works, so thank you. All right, so that means we will go on to the next presentation, which is under new business item B, long-range planning committee proposal regarding school boundaries and school consolidations and closures update. And again, by Leon.
Yeah. So we've met as a committee several times in the last month to talk about this process. And again, we appreciate all the patrons who've come and spoken with us tonight and gave us more information. We appreciate meeting with all the faculties the last few weeks at at Bella Vista and Ridgecrest, as well as Park Lane and Granite, and appreciate their feedback as well. Just to give you an update of where we're at and what, we all know our population is declining. And we just see that in pretty much all of our neighborhoods. We're just aging out, getting older, if you will. And, the birth rate's down, housing prices, we've talked about that at length. And all these impacting our enrollments. And you can see, again, we've gone over this several times, how much housing has increased. You can see in 2021, our average was about 500,000. That's in Canyons District, not the county or anything, but just in Canyons District. And you can see this year, we're up to 740,000. You can see our enrollments, and that's what I put out there on board, I'll call it diligent, I will still call it board docs. We completed our October 1 counts required by the state. And I want to just spend a couple minutes, again, with that. I gave you, each of the board members, a copy, but we're down about 660 elementary students from last year's October 1 count. It's actually come up a little bit on our 10-day count. We were down exactly 700, so we have got a few back. But that really impacts us. You can see where we were, nearly 15,000 in 2019, 2020 year, and then being down roughly 12,500 now. So you're down, close to 2,500. You can see our projections. We've rounded those to the nearest 100 because you get out there, but you can see we can expect continual drops, again, for all those factors. We do see us getting in close to that 2030 year, being down to around 11,000 or maybe under that. There was an interesting article in the Desert News on October 2nd. You may want to go read on, shifts in marriage and fertility rates and just, all the issues with that. I know one of the patrons mentioned our demographic study that we did in 2023. We put that out there on board docs. But diligent again, and you can see, again, the issues that we had 2 years ago as we started to really study this issue, the problems that we would have. I just note that we only had about 5 schools that had a small increase in students from last year, and all of those were under 10 students. So it's really a district-wide problem that we know we're going to confront. And as we've said, this is not the last time we're going to be doing this. We know this is going to be an ongoing process as we struggle through this. And we're not alone. Most districts along the Wasatch Front, I should say, I think all districts along the Wasatch Front are facing this same issue with this. Why are we studying it? We always talk about the optimal class size and doing what's best for kids. We want to do what's best for kids. That's why we're here. We care deeply about all our children and their success. But the challenge comes when schools drops to a certain level. It just becomes hard to staff these class sizes, and you get these big bubbles there. And it just creates that issue that we've seen in, class sizes of 15, and then down the hall they have class sizes of 31, 32. And many of our schools see that, and we're trying to address that. Again, the best educational outcomes for our kids. Here's an example that we put in, again, a school with 33 first graders, based on our funding formula, gets 1 teacher. But do you split that and double the cost, at 16 or 17 each? But then if you have 72 first graders, you can divide that out by 3 and have 24 or more your ideal class size with that. Again, trying to get those class sizes balanced out. Again, and also dealing with our budgets, we put in there the, subsidizing smaller schools to maintain the staffing. So what I did is look at our 5 lowest enrolled schools for last year. So that would be Bella Vista, Copperview, Granite, Park Lane, and Willow Canyon. And I took the employee cost, just the employee cost, no books or utilities, but just the employee cost, and that would include employee benefits, and divided out by the number of students there. And you can see per student it costs about $12,300. I did that for the 5 largest elementary schools, Draper, Glacier, Midvale, Mill Valley, and Sunrise. And again, the same calculation, and it's about $8,300, so about $4,000 less per student. You can also see the cost there for our middle and high schools with, for each middle school, it's about $7,800, and for each high school student, it's about $7,200. So you can see the economies of scale. Again, we try not to make it about the dollars, but that becomes an impact because, many of our area is aging out. They don't have kids in the schools, but yet they still have to pay property taxes. So they have to be factored into this equation as well. And so that's a difficult thing. Again, losing these students also impacts us so big financially. Again, states driven off funding formulas. And so the biggest one is the WPU. So for this year, each student that we have who's in our schools on our rolls for 180 days, we will get $44,674 from the state. But because we had 350 roughly fewer last year, in the 23-24 year, than we did the year before, we'd take a hit. And so we're going to get 1.6 million less from the state doing that. Again, with the 660 students that were down this year from last year, that's going to be about a $3.2 million hit next year, assuming there's a 4% increase on the WPU. So that's also the problem that we have to deal with. How do we budget that, and how do we make up that revenue as well? So that comes into account. We want to more focus on Park Lane and Granite right now. And we've heard lots of issues and valid issues about parking lots and transportation. So what we've done is actually we have a traffic engineer on contract. We've actually he is doing a study right now of traffic patterns for both schools, both walking and driving. They've been flying drones. I don't know if people have seen those, but they've been flying drones over both schools the last couple of weeks. We also have a civil engineer on contract, and they are doing a study of both of the parking lots at both schools. And we hope to have their reports back within the next 1 to 2 weeks, and we'll let you know what those results are there. We've also tried to do a deep dive into both Park Lane and Granite. And we know that they both need lots of work. We know that. They both have carpet that needs to be replaced, lighting that needs to be updated. Granite's parking lot, we've heard about the grading and redesign needed there. Park Lane, excuse me if I said Granite. Then Granite needs a slurry and a restripe needed. Boilers are old. You can see the age there. Back then, they just did a whole HVAC update. I put it on those R22 chillers. They are no longer made, so it's difficult to get parts for those when they break down or we need parts there. But you can see when restrooms were remodeled, both playgrounds are new. In the kitchen and in the kitchen area, Park Lane has a walk-in cooler. Granite does not. But Granite has its front line complete. That's the serving area. Well, Park Lane does not. So, and then you have the wall partition doors. Granite's right now does not function. Park Lane's functions, not great, but not great. And other things there. The roof's is newer at Park Lane than it is at Granite, but Park Lane has a galvanized irrigation system, harder to maintain if we have leaks there. Granite has been updated. So we know they both need a lot of work. And, but at the end of the day, these are just brick and mortar. It's all about the kids, and hopefully the community is coming together and making it all about the kids once we decide which school to go to. One of the things that we've talked about as a committee is, again, trying to keep going back to our premise of trying to keep communities together. And so what we're looking at is a proposal 2, and that would be keeping that area in Granite, that's in Granite right now, that's west of Eastdale, north of 98th, that section there, that would stay with the Granite community and go to whichever school we would go with. Again, there's roughly 50 students in that area there, okay? So they would not go to Willow Canyon. Again, that's a proposal that we are looking at right now. It should be noted, everyone south of the Dimple Dale, the goalie, we still plan on putting them and going to Lone Peak. There's about 50 students there. Again, they are right now already boundaried for the Indian Hills Middle School, so that would clean up that boundary there. So that is an option we're looking at. We've heard a few comments tonight. We also want to emphasize on, we'll be putting out more, as we finalize it, more information on permits. But we want to take special care to accommodate those students who are affected by this. So we plan to, once the permit process opens here in November 15th, and we've told our principals it will open, but they cannot actually accept permits until February, until it closes. The reason being is we're going to give priority to those who are impacted by this decision. And we also want siblings of those students to also have priority consideration. So, and a student who's on a permit that's going to a school right now, if that school's closed, that permit will carry to the next school. So again, we'll come out with more information on this as we move forward. But we want to maintain kids going to the, keeping their friends, going to the schools that they're at. Here's the things that we're looking at planning wise. We've heard a lot and deservedly so, and that's something that we're really trying to pay a lot of attention to is our special education programs and units. So we're still looking at the preschools, particularly that at Bella Vista, but also the ABS, the ACC, and the EEC at these schools, and what is the best to serve families and balance enrollments for the long term. So we're trying to get a long term. We certainly don't want moving these kids around. We're trying to find the best long-term solution. Also, we are looking at, again, trying to rebuild schools. We really, these schools that get 50, 60 years old, it's just so hard to maintain. And we'd really look to rebuild in the future. And so some of the options we're looking at is building a new Ridgecrest and Bella Vista once, combined, and then building a new school. We know we need to rebuild East Midvale. The combined Granite and Park Lane, would like to rebuild that and include Willow Canyon into that mix. Where it's going to be rebuilt, still discussed. We know there needs to be some mix of Brookwood, Quail Hollow. That seems to make the most sense right now, but also Oakdale and Silver Mesa need to come into that mix as well. Same with East Sandy and Sandy. And through all this, we need to monitor the growth in the West Draper, the old prison area, for a potential new school if we need one there. Right now, if things go according to plan, we could look at building 2 to 3 schools, putting a shovel in the ground in 2029 maybe. But there's so many variables between now and then that we simply can't promise anything. Construction costs and interest rates would be the 2 big ones financially, but also enrollments, our other buildings, and just the taxable value of the district at that time and the overall economy of the state and the nation at that time as well. But that is our long-term plan, to try to replace these schools with new buildings, again, hopefully at the end of this decade. And then we've also mentioned our upcoming public hearings will be at Granite next Wednesday, that's the 15th. Bella Vista the following night, the 16th. Have Park Lane on the 28th. That's after our fall break. And then on the 30th, we have many other boundary issues, but they will all be here at this building on the 30th. So that's, and if you'd like to get more information or submit a comment and cannot attend the meeting or do not want to speak at the meeting, when we go there, there's a QR code and you can input the information there. So with that, that's the presentation we have. So all I got happening, answer any questions or any discussion.
Thank you so much. Does anyone have any questions or comments they'd like to make? Oh, Ms. Dolly.
What is the typical life on our chillers and boilers in the schools?
Until they break. I would say you can get the new ones we put in these new schools, they'll go 30, 40 years. The older ones we're constantly repairing. We can repair them. Hard to get parts because they're not made. Hard to get parts, but they can go 30, 40 years, yeah. We got boilers from at Albion. We've heard a lot about Albion, but we have boilers from 1983 at Albion, but they keep on going.
Wow.
Working well.
Okay.
It's those Energizer Bunny batteries you put in them. My concern is, and we haven't really truly addressed it, when you go back to the changing map version 1 and version 2, that one. If you'll notice, little teeny tiny Willow Canyon over there, okay? And they are landlocked. There is no way we can pull a lot of people into that school. So that is something that needs to be looked at long-term. I don't know that we can combine 3 in any way right now. There's just not the size. But I do want it understood that if we leave Granite altogether, that community with Park Lane altogether, it injures Willow Canyon. It does. There's just no way we can get them any more kids because we can't go over the gully. We can't come up over 13th, and we can't go over 94th for safety reasons, same ones you're talking about when we're bringing people down. So we're going to have to, in long-term planning, just so you'll know that as we're looking in long-term planning, we are talking about, but we haven't studied at all, and it's not the issue now. But in the next few years, in our long-term planning, we will have to look at special programs, and we may have to move the SALTAs and the DLIs and see if that helps balance things out a little bit better. Or we may have to create a new program that can be housed in one, possibly even in Willow Canyon. It is right next to Blessed Sacrament across the street and next to Waterford. Prime property, guys. They've already asked if they can buy it. Waterford has, and we have no intention to let them have it. So we may be looking to see if we can do some sort of program, a magnet kind of program where it can draw in like DLI does in Salta, where we can have students from all over the district, because again, it's the same thing that Park Lane's saying, we're in a central location. This is the center of the district. So just be aware that when we're talking about doing this, it's not done. We have so much more to do, and that when we move somebody to somewhere, it hurts someone somewhere else. It just does, no matter what we do. But long term, if we can plan, it's like chess. You move your piece up, and then they'll counter piece, and then we're going to move another piece here. If we can plan well enough, and we are looking at some of that, but we're just not ready to present some of those ideas until we kind of settle some of our parts. So this is our first version, but we will be looking ahead next year at other issues, like how are the schools still filling? Are we getting students up? Are we getting students down? Looking at our special programs, looking at boundaries. We do have to address some of the middle school and high school boundaries. We haven't addressed those yet, and we need to for the feeder, strengthening the feeders as we were talking about before. So this is, when we call ourselves long-term planning, it really is a long-term. And a lot of times we've been focused, because we have to be right now, on just this. And it's not just this. It's going to be an ongoing process, and I hope everyone will understand that if we can do this one really well and not have to move it around, that we can move some of the others, and hopefully you can help establish the trust that we can do it well. That's our goal. We want to try and do this well. So we really appreciate everything that you've told us. We have made adjustments in our conversations all along the way already. We just don't have a final decision. We need to hear from our 4 open meetings any more additional facts, because you guys have come up with some amazing points of view for all of our schools. And we haven't heard any impact yet from our special ed. That's going to be presented in our next long-term planning meeting. So until we can settle them, we can't really decide what we're doing with the other 2, because that is so important.
those kids are most needing support and love. And we don't want to break up anything that's going well, but sometimes that may, if we're looking at the long-term special ed program, we don't want to impact that negatively for them as well. So we still have some big factors to look at. I appreciate Leon leading our committee, and we've had some very robust conversations with many, many people. At our meetings, we have 16 people sitting around the table with people that come in and out that we need to have additional information. So it's not a little tiny committee. It is a larger committee. We just had an initial tiny committee to get something to start with. Does that make sense? That first proposal was never intended to be the proposal. Does that make sense? It was just something to work with. If we start with this, then we can say, this is good, this is bad, and we can start moving. Because if we left it wide open, everybody has an opinion, and we wouldn't get anywhere. So this helps us to narrow it down and really evaluate and honor the input that you're giving us, and we do. I can guarantee that we have made adjustments multiple times already in what we're thinking and what we're planning. You have made a difference. We can't tell you the final results because we're not finished gathering the input. You say you need longer time for input. Yes, we need longer time for input. Putting it off just puts it off. It's going to be painful no matter what we do, and that just pushes everybody else further down the road. So I wish we could go shorter, and we can discuss it as a committee, whether we need to lengthen this back out again. But it's kind of one of those, okay, rip the Band-Aid off, let's get going. It has already been put on the back burner for years. We have seen this coming for a while, and we just want, let's do what's best for our kids and get it settled instead of having this always possibly coming. We're finally to the point economically where we kind of need to do something, definitely. I'm not really supposed to answer.
All right. So, we are happy to engage with you after the meeting.
Yeah, you can come and talk to us after.
And come talk to us, but during the public meeting, we don't engage back and forth with the public.
Anyway, I just wanted to point out that this doesn't answer all our problems, and we know it does not, okay? But we do know, I want you to know that we are very happy to get the information that you've given us because you live this. We live around you, but we aren't in it. Does that make sense? We're not the parents in those schools, and that's probably good, so that we can be as objective as possible. But I appreciate what you guys have been doing, and I appreciate Leon leading our committee. And if you do have questions you want to ask us after, because we really can't answer from the podium.
Okay, Mr. Edel.
Just a quick thank you to start for all of the input that we've received and for all the work that's gone into this by numerous people. I debated whether I even wanted to bring this up, but I think one of my biggest concerns as I look at this is the numerous comments I've received of students being split up from their cohorts that they go to school with. And so I think it's important that at least the idea is floated and potentially looked at for our middle and high school feeders in the new school area. Splitting students is hard in an elementary school, and it's probably something that we need to consider for the students' sake, as the students are going to have new friends now, and in the current configuration, they'll be split up into 2 different directions, 2 different middle schools, 2 different high schools, and that is impacting on students. So I want to throw that out there, that I think that is a serious consideration, and it's something that it's been important to me as we've looked at boundaries as a whole, is to reduce split feeders in a school as much as possible. In this case, I'm just gonna throw this out, and then you can yell at me afterwards. But the Eastmont Jordan path would definitely be the ideal path for that, and I'm happy to get yelled at for that and explain my rationale for that later. But I just want to make sure that that's
that said and stated as something that I think is going to be important as we move forward.
Okay, Ms. Nybar.
First off, I want to thank all of the public that came and commented. I feel like we witnessed something really beautiful tonight. My heart was swelling with pride for these amazing schools and communities. To have parents get up and talk about the awesome community and the amazing test scores at Park Lane, and that special ed teacher that got up with that graph, I was fighting back tears. I was so excited that we have these rising test scores with our special ed kids and that integration. That is beautiful. We are doing a lot of really wonderful things in our schools, and I'm so happy about that. I love that our parents and our community love their school this much, that their school means this much to them, that their children are coming home and they're being well educated, and that we've created this sense of community and there's high quality learning. This is exactly what we aim for, and so I love that. I also love to hear from the Granite community. I loved hearing about the wonderful things about your school. I took copious notes and your considerations for the EEC. And the one thought I had permeating from all of this is I would hitch my wagon to any of those communities. And I loved the mom that got up and said, hey, if we combine, I'm excited to join hands with this other community. And I think that is one thing we can all gain from tonight, is what amazing parents and families and students and community we have. So I have great hopes for what the future will be as we move forward and combine. Some comments that we had, the gentleman, the engineer, I see right back there, about the 5-year plan. That is something that I have had multiple conversations with my fellow board members who sit on the long range planning committee. I do think that is really important, and as Mr. Wilcox presented, we do need to be clear about that. We do need to be clear about if in the end we're going to be combining 3 schools. In fact, Mrs. Dahl and I had a big conversation this afternoon about that. Where would be the most optimal place if we're going to end up combining even more than 2 schools, and what property would have that space to build out. I am really grateful that the Long Range Planning Committee is going to be talking to Terry Mitchell. She's the head of our special ed department. I was in committee meetings this last year with our past special ed department chair, and I have really been excited for and pushing for a 5-year plan for our special ed too. My heart really goes out to our students that are part of that experience, and recognize that they are our most vulnerable population, and how important it is for them to be able to go to school with their neighbors that know them and love them and look out for them. And sometimes the growth that they can have with their peers and that acceptance and that socialization is going to be far more impactful in their lives than what we can do test scores wise. So I think we need to very much look at how to protect those populations. I look forward to our community input nights. I look forward to the opportunity to work together with you, the public, and the parents and the students to get to a place where we can feel confident about the future, absolutely looking at the 5-year plan. And I'm grateful for all the work in the Long Range Planning Committee. I just recently learned, my brother actually just recently moved about a year ago, and he's in the neighborhood as Mr. Leon Wilcox. And I told my brother, I said, you know, that man is incredible for what he does for our district. I said, I think he's irreplaceable. And he's probably one of the most humble guys you know, so he wouldn't like to hear me say that over the microphone, but he is. He's very capable. We get accolades all the time with our district, the way he keeps our books, and he's also the head of the transportation department. He does a lot for our district. So I do know that this topic will be well researched. My heart goes out to you. I've been through boundary changes. Back when I lived in Tennessee with my boys in elementary school. In fact, I was so involved, I ended up working with the superintendent there and helping with the policy that they wrote, considering the boundary changes. And then interesting enough, now our state legislation has us do some of those exact same processes that we came to in Tennessee years ago in Williamson County Schools about having the community input, how important that is. I'm so grateful that we do that, and that there's a certain amount and duration of time where we can gather input, because that's the most important thing we can do. So thank you for showing up. Thank you for walking the distance with us, and I hope that we can come to a good conclusion, and thank you for all the work. That's it.
Okay, anyone else? No? Oh, Ms. Dowling, go ahead.
I was going to save these for comments, but it really is related to this. But first of all, thank you, Leon. I know there's been some talk that there's financial mismanagement or something in this process, and that's why we have to close schools. But I can assure you we have the best business administrator in the state and probably even the nation. That it's amazing what he can do with stretching every dollar to provide the best education for the students in our district. I was met with one of the neighboring districts board members this last week that they have gone through multiple school closures, and she had said she has had parents and teachers come back to her after the process, people that were actually quite angry with her at going through the process, that actually came back and apologized and said, we didn't realize it could be this good. So we hope that you can help trust us in this process. I assure you that all of us, our goal is what is best for students and teachers. And change is not easy, but we're really trying to improve the education for our students. And it's not going to be ideal for everyone. Unfortunately, we can't magically just build a brand new building that can fit everybody together. And so there's going to be some tough decisions we have to make, but we're really trying to do the best we can for all of our students and teachers in this process. And it's not just the $1.5 million that we save a year from keeping a school open. It's the $50 million in 5 and 10 years to have to replace these schools that are 50 years old. So there's this long range we have to look at of cost savings over time and trying to keep these schools going. When one of these chillers go out, that's $1 million to replace the AC to have a comfortable school for our kids, that you never know when that's going to happen. And so we have to be prepared for that. And this is not just a Canyons problem. NPR Planet Money just had a podcast about 2 weeks ago on their indicators called Why Are Schools Closing? It's 8 minutes. I encourage you to go listen to it. It's interesting to understand the dynamics that are happening across the nation related to that. And thank you so much for coming and providing your feedback. It is important to us. We hear you. We're making adjustments as we can and as we're able to, things work out. So,
Thank you. I want to also add my thanks, Mr. Wilcox. You seem highly uncomfortable with all the compliments you're receiving. I can see it on your face. I will say, to the discussion about look ahead, it's interesting. When I graduated from law school in 2004, it was right at the beginning of when people started talking about population demographics. And they were talking about an approaching demographic winter, similar to what we've seen in countries like Japan or in Europe. And I remember thinking, oh, this is interesting stuff. I mean, it was right on the heels of when everybody talked about overpopulation, and then all of this discussion started to emerge, and there was a scientist, he was a population demographer who received a Nobel Prize Award for his work, and everybody thought he was off his rocker. That didn't understand this. The truth is, what he predicted that I thought we would never see in the state of Utah is happening. When I got on the board and started at the beginning of 2019, Leon down here was the one who informed us that was going to happen for Utah. And I was like, no, we're never going to get under replacement rate. We have the highest fertility rate in the country. There's no way. And with each passing year, he would report numbers and say, remember me talking to you about the birth rate? That's happening. He has been warning us for a long time, and we have been looking at these numbers for a long time. I think it's important to recognize, just like what he was showing in the numbers, we have been subsidizing the smaller enrolled schools for a long time. And that has not come without a lot of complaint and frustration and criticism from elementary schools that have very large populations. And so that's something to consider. But the other thing is, when we're looking at the big picture of what we want for our students, a lot of what we want for them are the things like school counselors or school psychologists, nurses. We just had in our study session a report on our school nurses. Well, nurses go based off of how many students you have. So when we have nurses that are spread across 3 schools or multiple schools, it's very difficult for them to meet the needs of children with disabilities or things like diabetes or other sorts of allergies. You know, some of them are even putting in catheters. It's a full court press. Well, when you are spreading across multiple buildings, their ability to be effective significantly diminishes. We want every school to be able to have multiple classes per grade, so that when the teachers come together and have their professional learning communities, they can learn from each other and help coach each other. It actually produces better teaching. So it's reasons like this that we have tried to hold off as long as we can, but as we've seen the demographics decreasing so significantly, we're left at this place where we really can't move forward unless we do something like this. I want you to know, every single board member on this board, without question, cares about what you have to say. And they all take notes, and they all read every single email. I have 12 pages of notes, single-spaced. We are considering and listening to you. In fact, it was a result of that immediately after last meeting, there were board members that talked about the fact that they needed to go out to your schools and they needed to see the site, they needed to see the schools, they wanted to walk the walking routes that you're talking about. I think every single one of us, probably by the end of this process, will have done that. We're listening to you, and it was a result of that we suggested getting traffic studies done. We said we want, a third-party, objective professional to be able to come and look at the traffic patterns at each school so we better understand, and that we can actually do some research on what would happen if you add buses and whatnot as a result of the different plans. So I want you to know we are listening. This is a tricky process because you have hundreds of families involved, right? And you can't necessarily have individualized conversations with every single one. So we're doing the best that we can. Please email us. Please come to these meetings. Feel free to talk to us afterwards. We're going to do our very best, our very darndest. And I do want to thank you for being so civil and kind and respectful and appropriate. Like, we live in a world where that is not happening, as we know, in the spades all over the place, and I am crazy proud of this community that you're showing up so well. Your kids should be proud of you. It's pretty awesome. So, and I'm with Ms. Nybar on that. So with that concludes the new business portion of our meeting, and we will move on to agenda item 8 of staff comments, and we'll start with the superintendent report, and then business administrator report from Leon.
No comments tonight.
Okay.
Just a quick reminder to all our employees, we're in the middle of our open enrollment for insurance for starting our plan year in 2026. Please go on our Navigator system and complete that. Should take you about 10 minutes, and it's very important that you do so we can make sure you're on the right plan come January. So please go ahead and do that. Thank you. That's all I got.
Okay, so let's start on this side and have Ms. Nybar go first. We're here listening to board comments, by the way. This is item number 9.
Okay, well, I failed to mention the one other thing I wanted to say with this boundary study is I really do appreciate, I think this second proposal is better than the first. I like keeping communities together, so I liked that and less splintering. This second thing is I wanted to go ahead and congratulate Corner Canyon for winning state golf today. That was really exciting. Really awesome to see the great rewards with Alta Marching Band. As Jeff mentioned, Adrian McGill playing with the Utah Symphony at Abravanel Hall, and then the U.S. Presidential Scholar with Blake Hollinger. I handed that kid his diploma and asked him, and what I like to do is every kid that I hand the diploma, I ask them what's next.
And he told me he was going to Harvard, and I was like, wow, that's amazing. Very cool that he got that prestigious award. How awesome are our alumni, Canyon Strong. I had the opportunity to go to a second grade field trip. We went to the Museum of Natural History up at the U, and it was so awesome to see the excitement for all these kids. They had just recently done an art integrated project with Mindy Vandergraaf, where they had made out of salt dough, they had made these crystallized formations of different Utah landscapes, and then they used foam. So my son came home with this plate, and he had the arches, and he had lakes, and then he had slot canyons on this little plate. And there we are in the museum, and they're playing around with, and there was the exhibit showing how water is so powerful. You know, it carves these pathways and makes these riverbeds, because when we have these flash floods in desert Utah, the ground can't absorb it, so then it creates these new pathways, and talking about how powerful water is and how it shapes our land formations. So the fun thing is here they are, second grade 7-year-olds, and they're like, just like art class with Mrs. Vandergraaf. And I just wanted to cheer, like, we are doing a great job there. I love that. I love what we can do as we integrate art with our core subjects and how it helps these kids internalize what happens. I don't think in second grade I could have explained that or understood that as well. So that was really exciting. I'm really excited for this time of year. We're just having a great time seeing all the awesome things coming together. I'm excited to have our student here, Brody Meyer, who's being an awesome advocate. He's emailing all the board. He's coming to the meetings. He's just going to do a great job representing and talking to legislators. Thank you so much for coming tonight. Canyons is the place to be. We just work with really wonderful, amazing teachers, staff, faculty, administrators, students, parents, and families. And I'm grateful to be a part of it all with you. That's it.
Okay, Mr. Lewis.
Awesome. I just want to begin with not this last weekend, I don't believe. It was the weekend before. I had the opportunity to go to Bryce Canyon for the Utah School Boards Association Leadership Academy. The board up here, we also receive professional development just like all of our teachers and staff. And that was incredibly valuable as a somewhat new board member. I attended some incredibly valuable breakout classes. Utah School Boards Association is great professional development for our board. I also want to congratulate Hillcrest's Shakespeare team. They are state champions. That is super, super cool. And as well as Canyon Sweep. We swept the entire tournament, this Shakespeare tournament, as Jeff said earlier. I also did want to acknowledge Brody. I had a meeting with Brody in Draper, I think last week, and we just had about an hour and a half long conversation about our district, about the State Board of Education, about just a bunch of stuff, and I'm super excited that he's here to represent our district to the State Board of Education. And finally, on my final point, I did want to make a comment about our boundary study process. There are some Utah governments that do not care to keep communities of interest whole when they're drawing their maps. Here in Canyons, we do. We take great care to keep our communities whole. So please keep communicating communicating your neighborhood's needs to us. We do read each and every single email. I can't respond to every single email. There has literally been hundreds, but I am reading every single one and taking diligent notes. And we on this board actually take the time to listen to community feedback, and we'll actually read your public comments. So please keep leaving them. That's all I have tonight.
Okay, Mr. Edel.
Just to thank you again for all the public input that we've received. To say that we know everything would be the biggest failure that we could possibly have, and fortunately that's never been the case. So I do appreciate the time that everyone spent. I mean, it's 9:38 right now, and there's still a room full of people, and so I really appreciate your dedication to the students, because that's literally why we are all here in this room. So thank you. And with that, that's all I have.
Okay, Ms. Dolly.
Thank you. Thank you again for being here tonight and for being such an involved and engaged community as we work as a team to really do what is best for our students and teachers here in Canyons District. It's a joy to me as I talk to my kids in college and they talk about something they learn from their Canyons teachers and how it's really helping them and things that they're applying and being able to share with their roommates and classmates. It makes me proud of Canyons and the difference we're making in these children's lives. I want to thank our teachers. I know Brighton this last week had parent-teacher conferences. Those are long days for our teachers, and so we appreciate them putting that time into work to help our students achieve to their best abilities. I attended the Unified Sports Tournament at Brighton High School, which was amazing. I'm an adapted PE teacher by training, and so this is my love, and I love to see how well this program has grown over the years, because when I was doing my master's at the U, these programs didn't exist for these kids, and so I'm grateful for Canyons and the effort that's been put in to really support our unified sports here in Canyons District. And thank you.
Okay, Ms. Pedersen? Thank you, by the way.
I said a lot before, so I am looking forward to, I also attended the Unified Sports at Brighton, and then we have 2 more events, and I think it will be awesome. I think our students will be in the state tournament because they're that good. I've noticed as I've gone to these over the last couple of years that our students are actually learning how to play and not having to be coached so much by their peer tutors. And they're doing an amazing job. So I'm just so impressed that we have even the quality of students at all levels, that our students represent Canyons really, really well. I'm proud of our athletes. I'm proud of our sports and all the extra things that our students participate in, because that's the part of schooling that they're going to remember the most. Those extracurricular, hands-on kinds of activities are your memories. If you look back to what you did in high school, that's probably more what you remember than a particular lesson in class, although I have a few of those from really awesome teachers that I had in my past. And I also want to mention, we said that Leon was the most awesome finance director, but our superintendent, we are not just paying money for nothing. We purposely raised his rates so that we don't lose him. The districts like to pirate each other. They do. So we have to keep ahead of the pack because he's worth it. We hired him specifically for his vision for our innovation center, for looking forward to how we can get career readiness built into all the levels of our schools, and that our kids can graduate and have jobs, whether they go to college or not. And he's helping with that vision. We need him. He does a fantastic job. He has an open door policy. You could show up anytime, and 9 times out of 10, you'll find him in his office. If not, he's in a meeting. But he is he's awesome. So I don't think we're overpaying him. The financing is a different pot than schools. The monies are 2 different animals. Yeah, the red tape is kind of crazy. But I just want you to know that we value very much our finance and leadership with the superintendent, because they give us as much as we give them. In fact, they probably give more. This man lives practically in the district, and he's available to everyone. So I just feel like he does such a good job, and I didn't want you to feel like, well, we're just, throwing money at someone. We're not. We just are a little higher than some of the other districts on purpose. We have also paid all of our beginning teachers higher than any other district on purpose, except for Park City. We can't compete with Park City. They have way more money than we have. But we don't want to lose these really core key people that have helped us build this vision for Canyons and the momentum that we have. So I wanted to say thank you to our two employees. To be honest, the board are their bosses, and we value what they do, and we appreciate everything that they have done as leadership for our district. They're open to suggestions, and we're all just human, so we all make mistakes from time to time. But I just wanted to compliment or explain to you how important the vision is. so that we have that kind of continuity for the next 10 years or whatever it's going to take. I appreciate all the comments. I've learned so much. I'm looking forward to hearing more. And that's all I have to say.
Thank you. Okay, so I appreciate your comments, Karen. I echo those as well. By the way, I know that a lot has been spoken about some of the student achievements, and I want to throw out a congratulations again to Adrian McGill. It is really difficult to be able to play for Salute to Youth, and he's actually being looked at by conservatories like Juilliard and other major musical institutions, and he didn't start playing the oboe or any woodwind instrument until he went to Draper Park Middle School and met Zach Giddings, a teacher there that is very beloved, that the community absolutely adored. That's highly unusual to not start until you're in 6th grade and then be able to have such a strong trajectory for a professional musician. It's pretty awesome. I want to highlight the time that I had an Alta as a legislator in the classroom day. That was amazing. I got to go with 3 legislators, all from the House of Representatives, that went into AP US History and government classes, and they got to answer questions one-on-one with the kids, and man, we had some great questions coming from our students. It was awesome. I also, on September 12th, got to celebrate Constitution Day at Corner Canyon, and they had a breakfast with other elected officials, and the students asked questions about the Constitution and what it's like to be an elected official and what our roles and responsibilities are. That's where I met Brody. And that was awesome. So I also want to throw a shout out to the bands and orchestras at Corner Canyon. They received a major award where they were named the Utah State winner in the national competition for band and orchestra by the Foundation for Music Education. That is really significant. And it wasn't just one ensemble, it was all of them. So it's to Ms. Nybar's point, we're doing some really wonderful things. And I do know, I have absolutely no doubt, that when these school communities are consolidated, you're going to see some magical things happen. I am excited for your kids to go into their classrooms and meet kids from the other neighborhoods and other community. It's going to be great. And a lot of your teachers, your favorite teachers, will follow you. I mean, it's not like they're suddenly going to disappear from your community. They're going to be a part of it still. So it's, I know this is a difficult process, but again, thank you for being patient with us. We will continue to work at it. We're all planning, as far as I know, on being at all of those community meetings. So thank you again, and I call this meeting adjourned.